Can I tell you something that's happening here?
I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Monday, February 27th, 2023. The time is 2:30 in the afternoon. And this is, I believe, the third of 5 performance oversight hearings that the committee is having this month including the rest of this week, of agencies under the purview of the Committee of the Whole. Today, we will be hearing testimony from the following agencies. And in this order: Office of Budget and Planning, which is within the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. The other post-employment benefits, which is a fund administered by the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. The University of the District of Columbia and the Commission on the Arts and Humanities. On Wednesday, the committee will be having its next performance oversight hearing. It will be on education or the education agencies, and it will be public witnesses only. The deadline for signing up is today at 5 o'clock, and there are a lot of witnesses, so we will be strict about that deadline for signing up. And we also will be strict about time limit for witnesses. And then on Friday, we will have our last hearing, which will also be on education, but this will be the government witnesses for DCPS, the Office of the State Superintendent on Education, the Deputy Mayor for Education, the Public Charter School Board, and the State Board of Education. So Wednesday is public, Friday is government for those education agencies. And today we will begin with the Office of Budget and Planning and Mr. Eric Kennedy, who is Deputy Chief Financial Officer I guess that means Director of the Office of Budget and Planning, is our witness. And Mr. Kennedy, assuming you're here, why don't you begin when you're ready? And then I'll have a few questions for you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Eric Kennedy, Deputy Chief Financial Officer for the Office of Budget and Planning within the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. I am here today to testify on the FY 2022 performance and FY 2023 plans of OBP. I am honored to appear today and present testimony on the accomplishments of my office and our plans for improving OBP's performance and the service we offer to the district residents and agencies. With me today is James Spalding, Associate Deputy Chief Financial Officer for OBP. I will cover the following areas in my remarks: fiscal years 2022 and 2023 operating expenditures, FY 2022 performance, and FY 2023 operational goals. For fiscal years 2022 and 2023, as it relates to operating expenditures, OBP is one of the key programmatic offices within the OCFO. In FY 2022, OBP operated within its local revised budget of $6.326 million, spending $6.301 million, or more than 99.6% of our available local funds. Through the 16th of February 2023, we have expended and obligated $2.177 million, or 31.5% of our FY 2023 approved budget, and $6.911 million. We expect to end the year within our current budget. Regarding our performance in 2022, during FY 2022, the district made many changes to its budget, and despite the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, OBP successfully processed these changes and tracked and reported on the budget throughout the year. We also worked with the mayor and council to produce 2 supplemental budgets in FY 2022. The district ended FY 2022 with a balanced budget. OBP worked closely with Mayor Bowser and her budget staff to develop the FY 2023 budget, which was submitted to council on March 16th, 2022. Between April and July, we worked closely with the council staff to review the budget, and the council passed the district's budget, which was transmitted to Congress on August the 1st, 2022. Regarding budget execution matters, district agencies prepare and submit monthly financial process reports, or commonly known as FRPs, to OBP for review and analysis. We use the FRP to analyze agencies' projected year-end expenditures and revenue collections and compare them to agency budgets. If agencies report spending pressures, we work with the mayor's budget office as they propose changes to resolve the pressures. Reprogrammings. In FY 2022, we worked closely with the agency fiscal officers and the executive office of the mayor to process a total of 261 operating and capital reprogramming requests, of which 78 were sent to the council for approval. Grants management. OBP is the district's central unit responsible for reviewing and approving all requests from agencies to establish and/or modify grant budget authority. In FY 2022, OBP processed 906 grant budget modifications, of which 388 required passive approval by the council. Reporting. During FY 2022, OBP produced monthly financial status reports, are also known as FSRs, on operating budget spending and quarterly reports on capital budget spending, in addition to a variety of reports on such topics as reprogrammings, the Emergency and Contingency Reserve Fund, capital project reconciliation and transfers, and capital funded FTEs. In FY 2022, we produced 63 reports and published 59. The remaining 4 were prepared on behalf of the mayor for transmittal to Congress. As we have discussed in prior testimonies, the OCFO website includes CFO Info, a web-based application allowing the public to see, among other data, current year operating FSR reports, federal grant budget and expenditure information, as well as capital project data, also available to the public through CFO Info. Some of the budget process improvements that we made include: we continue to enhance the automated budget chapter system, or ABC, for budget chapters, which we're using to prepare the FY 2024 budget books. In FY 2023, the system was flexible enough to add additional budget tables in each agency chapter. We have expanded the ABC system to include a financial plan module. ABC has dramatically reduced the time it takes to develop agency budget chapters. On the capital side, we formally closed 57 Federal Highway Trust projects and 1 local transportation project, moving a total budget of more than $18.9 million back to the Housing Trust Fund. Highway Trust Fund, yes, master projects. OBP has expanded the Capital Assets Replacement Scheduling System, or also known as CARS, to include inventoried asset data on 35 DC Housing Authority properties. Over 316,000 district capital assets are now in CARS. In FY 2023, we expanded CARS to add facility needs assessments, which will itemize repairs needed for each facility. In FY 2023, some of our key program goals and initiatives are as follows: work with the mayor and the council to develop a supplemental budget for FY 2023 and a balanced budget and financial plan for FY 2024. Work closely with the OCFO's Office of the Chief Information Officer, or OCIO, and the team implementing the district's integrated financial system, or DIFS, as they develop the new Oracle-based budget system that will integrate with the core financial system within DIFS. Continue to ensure the timely development, review, and submission of FRPs. Continue to manage and improve the use of JIRA, which is a system to manage and track reprogrammings, O-type and dedicated taxes budget modifications, interagency budget modifications, and contingency reserve requests. In addition, the process for authorizing temporary full-time equivalents, or FTEs, is scheduled to go live during the second quarter of FY 2023. This automated system has improved the former processes by reducing the time it takes to process these actions, increasing transparency of the status of these actions, and eliminating or significantly reducing the year-end flurry of large number of these actions. JIRA has also been an effective tool in managing the administration of the district's ARPA or American Rescue Plan Act funding. OBP collaborated with the Central OCFO Division, agency OCFO teams, and OBPM to streamline the processing and reporting of authorized ARPA-funded transactions in JIRA. This process has significantly enhanced the transparency in the monitoring and reporting of these actions by funding source, by agency, and by program-specific projects. Continue to manage the Spending Pressure Task Force in order to quickly identify emerging spending pressures and work collaboratively with OBPM to develop effective gap closing plans. Continue to improve capital budget management oversight by ensuring the FY 2024 through FY 2029 capital improvement plan remains within the 12% debt cap, and continue to provide budget transparency through the CFO info application. In conclusion, currently, OBP staff is working with OBPM to develop the proposed FY 2024 budget and financial plan for transmittal to the council on March 22nd. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the entire OBP team for their hard work and professionalism over the past year. We look forward to working with the council and other policymakers during the consensus process to develop a transparent and balanced budget for FY 2024. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my remarks. I would be pleased to answer questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I have several questions for you. The first, the committee has heard that the DIFS rollout has had some issues. For example, last month we saw a reprogramming for the Commission on Arts and Humanities because funds were improperly loaded into the wrong programs. I'm also aware that the city administrator sent a letter expressing concerns with regard to the implementation or usefulness of DIFS. What I'm assuming this comes under your office, and what are you doing about this? What's the status?
Yes, sir. It doesn't come under my office. It is an OCFO-wide project, but most of what you're referring to, I think, has to do with payments and things of that nature. That does not come under my office, but I can tell you that where we are now is we the OCFO, in every single aspect of OCFO, we're in the process of stabilizing the system. As you're well aware, this is a fairly complicated system. And I think to date, many of the risks that we initially experienced have been mitigated. And so we hope to be in a steady state soon.
So the concerns from agencies who are unable to monitor their expenditures carefully or in real time or up to date, that's been mitigated?
That is in the process of being mitigated. We rolled out a lot of different enterprise-wide reports that we originally didn't have access to. I will tell you that my office did work with some of the larger agencies to sort of, along with my OCFO associates, colleagues, to come up with a process by which the communication from the agency staff wasn't siloed to just one place. We worked together, come up with teams of people that ensured that there was the maximized coverage for solving problems. So while I don't think we're 100% there, I would say in comparison to when we first rolled out in October, we are in a much better position today. And I fully expect, like the CFO said during his testimony of the OCFO's oversight and performance oversight hearing, that before we go to publish an ACFR, we will be 100% there.
Your pre-hearing responses indicate that the capital asset replacement scheduling system, or CARS, now includes 100% of the district assets and is actively used in capital budget formulation. You touched on this in your statement, but I will ask this nonetheless. Are you also working to include non-district assets for either DC Housing Authority or DC Water?
So I know that to date, they've included 35 DC Housing Authority properties. I'm not DC Water. I do not believe any of those assets are included. If that answer is not 100% correct, I'll get back to you, but I believe that's an accurate statement.
Is it intended to include DC Water?
I don't believe so, but again, if that's not the case, I will certainly get back to you.
What about housing? It is the intent to include all of housing?
I don't know if all, but I can tell you right now we have 35. And so I'm not sure what the goal is with respect to CARS and that agency, but I know we're adding them. We started adding them last year, if you recall, when you asked me this question before. I don't think we had any in there at that point. And so now we're up to 35. So I'm not 100% of the goal, but I can certainly, like I said, if in fact the goal is to add them all, I'll get back to you. I'm going to say right now that the answer is no. Actually, I just found out one of my staff person reached out to me and said, no, that is not the goal to add all of those assets to CARS. And no, we're not adding DC Water to the CARS replacement, to the CARS system.
That doesn't quite make sense to me. DC Water, if you're going to exclude them, okay, but Housing Authority, why would you include some properties but not all? And I'm guessing you can't answer that, but
I can't, but I can get back to you.
Would you?
Yes, absolutely. Now, if I get the answer before this is over, I'll just give it to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me just make a note. To be clear, so you indicated that 35 Housing Authority properties are included. My question is, why not all of them? Or I'm
Right.
assuming all of them. You said, no, it's not the intent to include all. I said, why? And that's what you'll get back to me on.
And actually, I just learned the answer to it. So I was correct in saying, in terms of the DC Housing Authority, we were asked to assist with the 35 that we did, but they did not, with those 35 properties that we added to CARS. But the goal was never to add 100% of their assets. So again, we were simply asked to put those 35 into CARS, but we've not received any additional requests above that 35. So as of right now, there is no intention of adding all of their assets. I can't go, and I don't know what, made up those decisions, but that's kind of where we are.
Okay. You may have touched on this in your statement, but I'll ask it anyway. How is the replacement for the budget formulation application, BFA, progressing in diffs? Will it be ready for FY25?
Yes, I believe so. We are monitoring it closely. I am personally involved in every single discussion. My staff is involved in every single discussion. Your team is involved, and we have an exercise, I think, next week with your team. We're going to work from beginning to end to make sure everything is where it needs to be. If we run into any trouble, you'll be one of the first people to know. But right now, I'm going to say yes.
Okay. We understand that the fiscal year 23 supplemental budget will be transmitted to us using the new diffs chart of accounts, while the FY24 budget will be using the SOAR chart of accounts. Is that correct?
I'm going to I don't think so, but Jim,
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Jim Spalding from OBP.
Yes,
If it is provided in diffs, we'll have a crosswalk available for you to go to the SOAR chart of accounts as well. I think it's going to be done in the SOAR format actually, but
yes,
either way, we'll be able to walk you through from one to the other.
what will be done in SOAR? The FY23 supplemental?
Supplemental, yes.
so, and I'm gonna say it a different way, Mr. Chairman. So the attributes should be SOAR attributes. And we can crosswalk it either way. We can crosswalk it from SOAR attributes to diffs or from diffs to SOAR in terms of attributes. So either way, you and other committees will be able to see the attributes either way.
The council is expecting a crosswalk. Wait a minute, this, I think you just said, let me read this. Hold on. When will we get the crosswalk?
You should get the crosswalk the same day we provide you with the data dump.
And when will that be?
That should be the 22nd of March.
What do you do when, as you know, we adopt a budget submission resolution in, usually in December. How closely do you check that resolution against what you're giving us?
Pretty closely. We've been doing that for as long as I've been in OBP. For those things that OCFO are responsible for, and those things we're not, we still go through it and we talk to the different organizations outside of OCFO that are responsible for providing something that we're not, but it's in that document. So we check it. We sometimes, if we have questions, we go back and we talk to your budget office about some of the things. Yeah, I'm confident that
We require, for instance, we require a fair amount of detail from DC Public Schools with regard to their enrollment projections and demographic characteristics for the different schools. That's all required in the budget submission resolution. Do you check to see whether DCPS has included that? And if they haven't, do you then beat them up or they get to do what they want?
Well, we reach out to them immediately and say, here's what is being asked of you to provide. And we work with the mayor's budget director, and then we let them decide how they're going to handle that through legislation, the BSA, or so forth and so on. We do work with your team to clarify what we think our role will be in this, but it does not just happen and we ignore it. So we have done that already. We do that all the time, and we just march forward.
And is your office the one that's responsible for ensuring compliance with that resolution?
I'm going to say that my office is responsible for ensuring that that resolution is communicated to all that are involved. But again, it is the mayor's office that can decide to address it legislatively or to address it a different way. But to the extent that we move forward, all of us, just not OCFO, but the mayor's office with whatever the act or whatever that document requires, it is my office, it's my responsibility to make sure that it's done right.
Yeah, I didn't completely follow that. So
I'm sorry.
if we're required to get, let's say, enrollment projections, And I think DCPS gives us that, but there is demographic detail. You just say, well, mayor's office, you're the one who has to make sure this happens, or do you look and say, hey, we don't have that?
We say mayor's office, it's up to you to make this happen. If it doesn't, unless it specifically say that it has to come to the OCFO, and I don't think it does, we say you're missing this.
So you do say to them, you're missing this.
Yes. But that's not really a rule, that's just a collaborative relationship that we have. We get together and make sure that we're all covering our bases. And like I said, when we are not clear, we'll go back to your budget office and just get clarification. So I think the three of us, your budget office, the mayor's office, the three of us, we are all on the same sheet of music. We have different roles, but we at least all understand what's happening and what's not happening.
Yes. Give me just a second.
Sure.
Mr. Kennedy, thank you for your testimony. I do not have any other questions for you. I think I will see you in a month.
Yes, sir.
And when is that? April 6th. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You're excused. I'm going to call Carmen Pigler, who's the Deputy Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer, to testify regarding the other post-employment benefits program.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members
Good
of the
afternoon.
committee. I'm Carmen Pigler, Deputy Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer of the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to testify on the fiscal year 2022 performance of the other post-employment benefits fund, referred to hereafter as the trust fund. The trust fund is administered by the Office of Finance and Treasury pursuant to the Annuitants Health and Life Insurance Employer Contribution Plan document. The trust fund's assets pay health and life insurance benefits for participants and administrative expenses associated with the OPEB plan. District of Columbia legislation established the other post-employment advisory committee comprised of independent subject matter experts. The committee, which meets semi-annually, provides additional guidance on investment objectives and best practices. During the last meeting on January 23rd, 2023, OFT provided the committee with an overview of the trust fund's fiscal 2022 performance and shared additional information comparable to this testimony. As of September 30th, 2022, the trust fund was valued at $1.65 billion with 3,200 participants. By comparison, the program was valued at $2 billion with 2,800 participants at the end of fiscal year 2021. Performance for fiscal year 2022 reflects broad underperformance in the equity and bond markets. The trust fund realized a net investment loss of $398.9 million, declining 19.54% versus the policy benchmark decline of 17.79%. By comparison, the trust fund had a rate of return of 22.04% and 7.03% in fiscal years 2021 and 2020, respectively. For the 5-year period ending September 30th, 2022, the trust fund had a return of 2.38%. The rate of return since the plan's inception is 5.71%. The district's annual contribution to the trust fund was $53 million for fiscal year 2022, compared to $53.6 million in fiscal year 2021. The annual contribution budgeted for fiscal year 2023 is $41.5 million. An actuarial analysis of the plan's assets and liabilities is performed annually to determine the funding status of the plan. For fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, the plan had a funding ratio of 90.5% based on the market value of assets and 102.67% based on the actuarial value of assets. A plan's funding ratio is the value of assets as a percentage of liabilities. Many industry experts consider a plan that is at least 80% funded to be healthy. On April 21st, 2022, OFT completed and delivered the trust fund's fiscal year 2021 annual report to the mayor and the council. The annual report included fiscal year 2021 audited financial statements, plan performance, and actuarial assumptions. OFT is currently working to produce the fiscal year 2022 annual report. In conjunction with the district's annual comprehensive financial report, the plan's fiscal year 2022 financial statements were audited and given an unqualified audit opinion by the Act for Auditors McConnell and Jones. During fiscal year 2022, OFT issued a request for proposal for OCIO investment management services. The contract was awarded to NEPC LLC in fiscal year 2023. The OCIO model will allow the plan to invest more dynamically and nimbly within the parameters of the investment policy and achieve higher returns while lowering the trust fund's risk profile. OFT and NEPC will work together to update the plan's investment policy, implement an asset allocation strategy, and diversify the pool of investment managers the plan engages. Also, through competitive bids conducted in fiscal year 2022, Burt Smith and Company was awarded the contract to audit the plan, and OFT retained the services of Chiron as the plan actuary. An RFP will be issued in the coming weeks for a custodian of the fund's assets. In summary, the district's plan is adequately funded, and OFT continues to review the program to ensure it not only meets best practices, but exceeds them. This is consistent with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer's continuous improvement values. The trust fund's healthy funding status will ensure the plan assets are sufficient to meet the obligated costs of participant health and life insurance benefits as required by the plan. OCFO's goals are to continue to oversee a well-funded plan, achieve higher risk-adjusted returns, and ensure that the trust fund is managed using best practices. This concludes my remarks. I would be pleased to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Pigler. How many FTEs are you budgeted for and how many are vacant?
We're budgeted for 4 FTEs, and currently 2 of those are vacant.
So 2 out of 4 are vacant.
Yes.
And are you in the process of hiring?
Yes, we are.
When do you think they'll be filled?
We hope to have those filled soon. We haven't started the interview process, but I would hope to have them filled by this summer.
You said that you are currently working to produce the annual report. When will we get it for fiscal year 22?
That report will be complete by April 1st.
Has the district seen any change in the take-up rate for OPEB benefits?
We anticipate the rate to increase based on the increased number of retirees that we've had over the last 2 fiscal years.
Can you say more about your efforts to increase the take-up?
We work with the DCHR and DCRB to educate retirees on what their benefits are. And we plan to continue those efforts. I know that we've actually reinstated a monthly meeting that we have with the DCHR, DCRB, and OCFO to discuss matters such as the participation rate of beneficiaries.
I don't recall that you said what the annual contribution would be for next year. In FY20,
I don't believe in my testimony I mentioned for FY24.
yes, for FY20.
I did not mention it, but the contribution rate for FY24 is 72.7 million.
72.7. That's quite a jump.
Yes, so the contribution rate is based on the actuarial assumptions, and due to the losses that the fund experienced in fiscal year 2022, that contributed to the increase of the contribution for fiscal year 2024.
Because I think you testified the current year contribution was 41.5, so that's a $30 million increase.
That's correct. So the contribution was in 21, it was 53.6 million. 22, it was 53 million. And in 23, it was 41.5. That decrease of $10 million reflects gains that were experienced in the fund in fiscal year 2020. So there's a lag between because of the actuarial calculations and the realization of gains and losses. There's a lag between, how that affects the budgeted contribution.
And so
that the increase in 24 reflects the losses in fiscal year 2022.
Yeah, I was going to say, so the increase to 30 million increases because the market went down last year.
That's correct.
The funding ratio, you testified that it's 90.5% based on the market value of assets and 102.67% based on the actual variable value of the assets. What's the difference?
The market value is the actual, on the actual value of assets at a point in time. So it would have been the value of assets on September 30th, 2022.
Yes.
Versus an actuarial value, which is based on the value of the actuarial value of assets over a period of time. So it would be over the 5-year actuarial period.
Yeah, that doesn't help me understand the difference. So the market value, I get it. You go and look up what like individual securities are trading for on the market and you add them up and that's your market value. But the actuarial value, why would that be different?
So the actuarial value, if you can think about it, it also incorporates a forward-looking analysis. So because the actuarial value anticipates gains in the future, the actuarial assumptions anticipate gains in the future, that increases the actuarial value.
What is the status of the OPEB advisory board? I think you said it meets quarterly.
It meets semi-annually. We
Twice a
had
year.
Yes. We had our last meeting on January of this year. We'll have our next meeting in June or July of this year.
Are there any vacancies on it?
Not at this time, no.
Give me just a second. Ms. Pigler, thank you for your testimony. I don't have any other questions for you. I believe we will see you on April 6th. It's the budget
That's
hearing.
correct. Is that in person or are we doing
Probably.
in person?
I think we're trying to
Okay.
do get government witnesses in person.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We will turn now to the University of the District of Columbia. And we have quite a number of witnesses. I'm going to split the witnesses in half. Call up the first group and then the second group. Michael Syndrome, Farad Wade, who's listed with My Seniors Keeper Foundation, Brittany Wade, who's with Wade Homeschool Family, Musin Umar, who's with My Seniors Keeper Foundation, Wallace Kirby, James Tanderick, who's apparently an ANC commissioner, David Weinberg, James Lennox, Kat Romero, who's a student, Antoinette Pitter, who's a student, Salim Adolfo, listed as a public witness, but I know he's an ANC commissioner, Jay Garan, a student, and Maria Christina Encinas, Teresa Aspinwall, both are listed with the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association. They could each be let in. I believe we have a number of no-shows, but let me go through this. Michael Syndrome. Sherrod Wade. Brittany Wade. Muhsin Umar. Wallace Kirby. James Tanderick, I see him. Commissioner?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the Committee of the Whole. My name is James Tanderick, and I'm the ANC Commissioner for 3F05, which includes all of UDC's academic buildings and most of its retail space. I'm here to advocate for more oversight of UDC, which includes looking over the delays in many of their retail spaces, student housing, and more ways for community engagements. I've been involved with the ANC since 2020. For ANC 3F, UDC is a center of the neighborhood. It's where students meet for classes, the community for our seasonal farmers market, and the ANC if we need to host special community town halls. It is also where many of the businesses are owned on the Van Ness corridor. UDC means a lot to Van Ness, and I value it greatly. That is why I'm here to bring up several points I will bring up today. This is mainly in my opinion and not of the full commission itself. When I campaigned last year, one of the most common things I heard was, where are all the businesses? As you know, several vacant properties owned by UDC are not really in use right now. A couple have planned businesses set up, including a grocery store, but there have been no timelines or final dates set up. We even had a scary scenario where UDC was going to shut down the food pantry due to a potential business taking over the current sites. Fortunately, that was not the case. What I'm asking for is more oversight of UDC. It is very clear that the huge amount of vacant spaces is frustrating for us as the community, and more needs to be done to make sure on the council to ensure that these businesses will open in a timely manner. I live at the Ava Van Ness, which is on the corner of Connecticut and Van Ness Main Streets. I often refer to my building as dorm housing because many students from UDC and Howard Law live here. Many of my neighbors support further development on the campus, which includes student housing. DC Council needs to push for student housing. It is sad that our only public university does not have such as this housing that's necessary for our community. I understand that students commute to the university, but I guarantee there are students who would love a chance to live on the campus. I love the campus personally, and it could even house other universities in the area like Howard Law and American University. Last year, I signed up to have a community meeting with Link Strategies hired by UDC to identify how the university connects to the community as it relates to their strategic plan. Even as an ANC commissioner, I had to admit that the connection feels severed at times. I'm aware of their community email listserv along with various community classes, but it always feels like UDC does not want always so much to engage the community. I attended one of their quarterly community meetings last year, and I was the only person on it. I understand the worry of various members who want to push their own agenda, but more must be done. Thank you for allowing me to testify. Pushing for more oversight will expedite the process for more businesses to open, student housing to be built, and more opportunities for community engagements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. David Weinberg.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Please proceed.
Okay, yes. Chairman Mendelson, council members, good afternoon. My name is David Weinberg. I am a resident of Ward 3, and I'm pleased to have UDC as a neighbor. My comments today are about my observations as a new resident. I share some of these observations with President Mason when he joined the ANC 3F monthly meeting in September. My goal is to advocate for the rapid and appropriate development of the vacant UDC-controlled retail space along Connecticut Avenue that will benefit students, faculty, staff, community members, and small businesses that occupy or will occupy the retail corridor. Doing so will be a key objective in the UDC Van Ness campus plan, quote, to engage and enliven the surrounding community, end quote. The current challenges along Connecticut Avenue are clearly articulated in section 3.1 of the plan, quote, while the Van Ness area functions as an important community shopping district, it suffers from an unwelcoming street environment, an excessive amount of hardscape surfaces, parking problems, a lack of distinctive facades, storefronts, a limited range of retail goods and services, and a loss of ground floor retail space, end quote. The plan goes on to prescribe exactly the correct course of action to create a campus identity. Quote, the campus plan recommends introducing as much ground floor retail as possible, oriented toward offering a range of goods and services to meet the needs of students and local residents, end quote. Last fall, I met with the COO and the Vice President for Facilities and Retail Management, and I continue to be in contact with them. Both were very cordial and provided me with ample information about their goal to fit out the retail space within the next several months. I understand from a recent ANC 3F meeting that a UDC official reported that there is a stumbling block to their efforts to rent out the retail space. There is no tenant improvement allowance or TI allowance. The TI allowance is typically provided by a landlord to pay for improvements to lease space. Without TI funds, a number of retail spaces owned by UDC in prime locations along Connecticut Avenue will likely remain vacant. This will put the remaining small businesses at jeopardy, 3 of which have closed since this past July. UDC officials told me that the university does not have the authority to provide tenant improvement allowances to potential tenants, and it would need special legislation to do so. This council and UDC must find a way to fill the vacant space that will enliven Connecticut Avenue so that it is a more attractive place for students and potential students, faculty, staff, and the community. It will also generate a revenue stream from rents that is presently lacking, and it will increase the tax base for the district government. Thank you for your consideration of my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Weinberg. I don't have a copy of your statement. Can you provide that, please?
I actually sent it to your associate about maybe 30 or 40 minutes ago, so it's on file now.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
James Lennox.
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Please proceed.
Hello, council members. I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to speak to you all today. My name is James Lennox, and I'm a senior at the University of the District of Columbia. I began attending UDC in the fall of 2020 as a transfer student. I had been out of college for 3 years before I began classes at UDC, and the thought of transferring to a new school to complete my degree was a daunting one. Fortunately for me, UDC is an institution that truly cares about its students and commits to setting them up for success. I am a native New Yorker, but I'm proud to call DC my new home, and even prouder to attend an institution that is so deeply rooted in the city. UDC is made up of students of all ages, both traditional and non-traditional. As DC's only public university and a HBCU, UDC is a historic institution that plays a key role in the DC community. UDC students are not just given an education, they are encouraged and empowered to become active and engaged members of the community. However, UDC lacks the funding and resources that other universities have. Many of our classrooms and facilities are run down to the point of being non-functional. In the School of Business and Public Administration building, many restrooms have broken stall doors and are without hot water. In one of the classes I'm currently taking, we had to switch rooms midway through the semester because we didn't have a working projector for my professor to teach his lessons. Increased funding for UDC wouldn't just provide quality of life upgrades for our campus, it could give the university a chance to expand our academic programs and create greater opportunity for the wider DC community. UDC currently does not offer a history major, instead offering only a handful of history courses. A history program could use this nation's capital as its classroom, examining the history of both the nation and the city. Such a program could go hand in hand with our robust political science program. Additionally, UDC no longer offers a master's in public administration, a field of study that could prepare students to secure stable government jobs. UDC's workforce development programs offer free job skills training for DC residents over 18. This gives members of the community the opportunity they need to develop lifelong skills that will assist them in the workplace. Increased funding for this program could expand the skills training to include more fields and decrease unemployment. I want to wrap up my testimony by expressing the faith I have in UDC as an institution and my appreciation for the council's commitment to the university. I believe that increasing UDC's funding is just as much a commitment to the city as it is to the university. An investment in UDC is an investment in the DC community. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lennox. Kat Romero?
Yes. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Kiara Romero, but I prefer to go by Kat. I am a senior at UDC and about to graduate in May with a political science major. I have enjoyed working with some great professors and students at UDC, and I enjoy the events that take place on campus. One of these events is Spirit Day. I appreciate that the college is public, gives free lunch, provides a pantry, and has student housing available. However, the school needs to subsidize student housing better. The purpose of the off-campus housing is to assist students in commuting to the Van Ness campus and support us with housing and finding resources in Washington, D.C. According to the UDC housing website, in order for students to be eligible for housing, they must have their immunization records updated, fill out their application, pay a non-refundable deposit fee, and complete a financial aid verification form. The cost of student housing is almost $6,000 per semester. Unfortunately, some students have difficulty staying in these houses due to financial issues. There are also concerns that the student houses are not in good condition, yet so expensive. Therefore, some students have expressed that it's cheaper to live in the city outside of student housing. I live outside of Washington, D.C., and it would have been helpful if I lived on campus. It would remove my transportation burdens to campus and make spending more time in the library and participating in campus events easier. But living in Maryland is so much cheaper. I am asking you, council members, to please improve the student housing at UDC so that more students do not have to commute to school. It will help the college seem like a non-commuter school and seem more like a university. It would help to build the student experience if more students could live here. So many people want to live on campus and get the full college experience, but the cost is a barrier. Subsidized student housing could be beneficial to homeless students as well. We do have those on campus. The need for subsidized student housing is crucial. Affordable student housing would save the lives of a few students who are going through financial burdens. For instance, most students need help paying for school, books, and groceries. It is hard enough without adding expensive housing into the mix. As students, we should be able to afford to live on campus, especially those who come to school full-time and do not have time for extra work hours. Subsidized student housing will reduce student stress, ensuring a more successful college experience. This will improve the student body, and more students would also want to apply at UDC. Thank you so much for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Romero. Antoinette Pitcher? Yes or no? Salim Adolfo? Commissioner, you have to click accept in order to come in. So let me move on and I'll come back to you if you come in. Jay Guran? Needs to accept. Maria Cristina Encinas?
Here I am.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon,
Fine.
council member. Ready?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, council member Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Maria Cristina Encinas, and I'm the board president of the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association and a resident of Ward 4 for more than 25 years and working in the education of children of the District of Columbia. My testimony today will focus on increasing UDC capacity to serve our Spanish-speaking providers that work in licensed early childhood education in the District of Columbia. We want to thank UDC and you, council member, for all the gains that we have made in really making possible for our constituency to have access to the Spanish infant and toddler associate degree. UDC support us by understanding the immigration status of our professionals and offering in-state rates for teachers that work in licensed early childhood education programs in the District of Columbia. This degree allows them to maintain their employment, receive the early childhood education benefits by complying with the new regulations that have shared goals of improving the quality of early childhood education in our nation's capital. As we have seen many women empowered through the early childhood profession, especially with all the initiatives that have gone into the city for early childhood. And UDC has made this possible. As of today, we have now the first cohort of 27 graduates from UDC and amazingly 325 on the pipeline to graduate from the bilingual program alone. According to UDC, the largest total number of students enrolled in the program since they started providing a scholarship through the different programs in the city for early childhood educators. We asked UDC to have enough funding to continue improving their program by hiring multicultural and linguistic competent staff, teachers, and liaison that will continue to support our teachers. They do need that extra support. The task has not been easy, and the MSSPS has worked with very little resources to support and hold hand of every single teacher to make sure they apply and enter are accepted in the university. But we need more from the UDC to hire staff that has the capacity to help them through the process. The MSSPA is a grassroots organization representing the voice of more than 700 members who work for licensed homes and early childhood centers in the District of Columbia. Our members are committed to work in meeting the city goal of providing the best learning environments for early children 0 to 3, and some of our providers and homes owners are English limited proficient. Please support UDC to increase their capacity and support to their largest population in the early childhood education program. Our members have proven to comply with all the regulations, given the support they need. Thank you very much again for all the support and everything that we have gained through, all the different people that work to make this possible for our constituency. I'm here for any questions that you may have, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Encinas. Teresa Aspinwall is next, and then I'll go back to Jay Guran. Ms. Aspinwall? I think I saw her.
Yeah, I was on mute. I apologize. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Can you see me? There you go.
Yes.
Hi. So my name is Teresa Aspinwall, and I'm here today to talk about the Bilingual Associates in Education program at the community college. For the past 4 years, I've worked to help Spanish-speaking educators enroll in this innovative program. We have about 400 educators that have been enrolled to date. I anticipate another 100 will start in the fall, which is less than 90 days before the educators should be meeting OSCE's new teacher credential requirements. It is important for us to acknowledge that the impact and the success of this program is largely due to the support and action from you and the committee of the whole. Over the years, our members have come before you asking for help. Their voices have helped create change. The historic establishment of the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund and the removal of several UDC admission barriers has led to the increased interest in this program. To handle the demand, the current UDC processes will need to improve. And I'm going to offer the following suggestions. First, little improvement has been made in the area of language access. If the university truly wants to meet the needs and the aspirations of its student body, then they should follow the DC Language Access Act of 2004. As a start, they should provide interpretation via language access line and be more intentional with the translation of basic documents. Second, the community college runs the AA programs, and additional financial resources should be allocated to support these programs. A dedicated bilingual program liaison is needed to help students navigate their university career. This support will be needed during non-traditional hours such as evenings and weekends. Third, the bilingual program needs more professors. Currently, there are not enough to support admitted students, and this shortage has created large classrooms and is causing delays in student progress. Fourth, I ask that UDC better meet the needs of the community by creating a continuous pathway for Spanish-speaking educators. beginning with the attainment of a CDA certificate from the Division of Workforce Development, leading into the associate's degree at the community college, and finally the bachelor's degree from the university. I would like to end my testimony by saying that DC's only public institution, public university, has proven that early childhood curriculum is worthy of the city's investment. Program graduates are helping to ensure that DC children have increased access to high quality care. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Aspinwall. Jay Garan.
Hello, council members. My name is Jay Hiron, and I'm a senior at the University of the District of Columbia. I'm a native Washingtonian and currently reside in the Brightwood neighborhood of Ward 4 in Northwest. As someone who has gained my education, K-12 education in the city, I am proud to finish my college education here. When I began my journey here, I was unsure of where to go and what to do. Eventually, I found my liking for political science and see a clear future after graduation. I originally started in 2014 and took a gap year after 2017 and came back in 2021. I am grateful I was able to come back to continue my studies and be able to demonstrate the great education DC has to offer. UDC is a commuter school for people who travel via WMATA, drive, use bikes, and/or scooters. No matter how you commute to the university, there's always a cost associated with the trip. With the rising cost of transportation, we must figure out simple solutions to allow students to commute to school with a low-cost option and remove the blocks of adversities commuting to school. American University has a student smart trip program that helps offset costs. As a commuter school, UDC will benefit from a program like this. I propose we have a college student smart trip that reduces the cost and/or adds the transportation budget to offset the costs. As a student, I have paid up to $14 per day traveling via WMATA to commute to school. Commuting expenses add towards the cost of attendance and create a cost that isn't discussed. As someone who has benefited from the DC One card in grade school, it would be nice to see an extension for students 18 to 24 who decide to attend UDC. It would be helpful to create a program to offset the cost of permits in the garage for students who drive and have a smart trip with student transit benefits. It would also be nice to have a covered storage area for those who commute via bikes, scooters, and or motorcycles. Transportation is more than someone's way of being able to move around. Access to transportation helps expands one's opportunity to a better life. This helps bring a more diverse group of people from all walks of life to UDC. This is important so we can move forward together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Let me just double check. Was there anybody whose name I called who did not testify? Commissioner Adolfo?
Adolfo is here.
Excellent. Please proceed.
Thank you. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and the Committee of the Whole. I am Salim Adolfo. Currently, I am a senior at the University of the District of Columbia, and I also serve as an advisory neighborhood commissioner in ANC 8C. In this testimony, I would like to discuss a couple of areas that I believe can enhance the educational experience for the university students, as well as address some critical needs in the DC community as a whole. My educational journey began at UDC through the community college. I will be graduating this semester actually with the bachelor's degree in political science. There is no doubt that the UDC is a great institution, and as far as I'm concerned, the staff and educators are committed to ensuring not only my academic success, but that as well as my peers. In the fall of 2023, I plan on enrolling in UDC for a master's degree in public administration, but only to find out that this program no longer exists. A master's degree in public administration would allow me to work closely with government and private organizations to bring about positive changes in the community. Considering the rapid changes in society, a master's degree in public administration has never been more necessary. A master's of public administration degree prepares students for careers in healthcare policy, public policy management, and emergency management. It would be great to see the Council of the District of Columbia collaborate with UDC's leadership to reinstate the MPA program. Next, I would like to discuss the UDC Workforce Development Program. The Workforce Development Program provides a valuable opportunity for individuals who may not want to pursue a 2-year or 4-year degree. In my community, a large number of students aren't aware of the workforce development programs. Additionally, many of the students don't believe that the program is actually free. I would like to see more resources allocated to outreach in order to make students aware of these programs. A partnership with violence intervention and prevention programs could enable UDC to achieve this objective. I'm familiar with many of the violence interruption programs, and they face very great difficulties in connecting people who are deemed at risk with these available opportunities. I think that there's a gap in these services, so that gap could be closed if we can partner UDC with many of the violence intervention programs. And this will work greatly towards reducing many of the difficulties we have that impacts our communities as it pertains to violence. At this point, I would like to conclude my testimony, and I'm available to discuss this further if you have any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could send that, please.
Yes, Chairman.
I just have one question for one of the witnesses, Commissioner Tenderek. Can you say more about the delays of many of the retail spaces?
Yeah. So I mean, part of it too, like the pandemic as well too, but there have been like several retail spaces like on the corridor that have shut down. So whether it was the old Acacia Bistro, whether it's the old Burger King that was just last month, whether it was the old Uptown Markets, there have been just several retail spaces that have been open, and that's not even including the potential Mom's Organic Market, as well as a potential all care that we've been told that will happen, which is good, but it's a matter of like when. I think oftentimes for UDC, we've been told that, you know, it's based upon the goal is that they want to make sure that these businesses are set in place and operating by the time President Mason resigns, which he will testify as well too. But you know, these timelines are very vague, and whenever we try to get more information, it just seems really vague. And you know, I think on like my end, as well as I talk to the community, you know, it's like I think we all want like a vibrant corridor, but when there's these several spaces that are not being used at all, and we don't know when they're going to be in operation, when they're going to start, it just creates this vibe of just like Venice is like empty, and that's really not the case. But you know, it's a little concerning because for all these spaces, they're all except for the Uptown Market are owned by UDC property. So it's a matter of just like, what is the holdup? What is the reason why? And like, when can this stuff be set in place? I know that for the Mom's Organic Market, it's set to be open this year. There's a big sign in front of like their doors for 2023, but you know, it just says coming in 2023, but like we don't know when, you know. And so I think that's the case too, where there's all these spots open, and there's some potential businesses that will go in, but it's a matter of when, and for the ones that are open, like, you know, who's going to replace them and in what capacity.
Well, is the university striking you as being unnecessarily slow, or is this just market conditions, or is it that they're not communicating very well?
I mean, it depends on the space. I think that for like the Mom's Organic Market and the All Care, we have been told of dates that are coming, which is good, or at least sometime this year. And we're just like, what's the holdup and everything too? I think it's a little bit of everything. Like, I think the market itself is causing it to, you know, be at super high prices. But yeah, I think it's a mix of everything as well. Just that like my concern is like, most of these spots are owned by UDC. So it seems to me that UDC is the holdup in that case. Now, we've been told that by them that it's like the buyers, the renters themselves, the pricing. But to me, like, I just get suspicious of that because like these spaces have been vacant for such like a long time, especially for like Mounds Organic Market, especially for the space that's being used for the Ward 3 Mutual Aid, and also for the All Care. I mean, I've been living in Van Ness for like 4 years now, and those spaces have been vacant this whole time. So it's a matter of just like what is happening to these spaces currently.
Thank you. Just give me just a second. I don't have any more questions for any of you. Several of you did not give us statements. If you would, please. Thank you all for your testimony. You're excused, and I'm going to call the remaining non-government witnesses. Maria Marcia, Alma Jimenez, Mary Onofra. Each of you is an early childhood educator. Anna Bersian, Maria Rodriguez. Both of you are listed as an early childhood educator and UDC Community College graduate. Sia Barbara Camara, who's Chief Strategy Officer at DC Early Learning Collaborative. Megan Challender, who's Managing Attorney, Network for Victim Recovery of DC. L'Oreal Hawk. Yasmin Romero Castillo, who's listed as a political science senior student, University of District of Columbia. Hortensia Vargas, an early childhood teacher. Elizabeth Schmidt, a Fulbright scholar. Stan Wall with Van Ness Main Street. Judy Peterson, Chair, Council Archives Advisory Board. Let's see who's here. Maria Marcia.
Saludos.
Hello. If you are speaking in Spanish, we have a translation available. I believe anyone can click on the interpretation button on the bottom of your screen. Please proceed.
¿Puedo comenzar?
Sí. Estás en mudo.
Saludos, presidente y miembros del comité UDC. Gracias por la oportunidad de testificar hoy. Mi nombre es María Teresa Macía. Soy madre y maestra en un centro de desarrollo infantil en DC. Quiero agradecerle la oportunidad que se me está brindando en obtener mi título universitario en mi idioma para poder entender completamente mis clases con este aprendizaje, poder brindar la educación de alta calidad que los niños en Washington DC necesitan recibir. Estoy aquí hoy para pedir que UDC contrate más profesores bilingües calificados para enseñar a los educadores de habla hispana, cuya inscripción en este programa ha aumentado. Soy parte del 7º cohorte que aceptó a 95 estudiantes este semestre. Fui admitido formalmente a la UDC para el semestre de primavera 2023, en diciembre pasado, pero la primera semana de clase me notificaron que no podía comenzar debido a falta de profesores bilingües. Me colocaron con un grupo de más de 30 educadores que comenzarán las clases el próximo marzo, una vez que haya un profesor disponible. Este aplazamiento se impone una gran carga de trabajo y mi mayor preocupación es cómo podré mantener el horario de clases y el trabajo requerido a una sesión comprimida en 8 semanas. Para mantener mi beca, debo tener un promedio de calificación alto, trabajar a tiempo completo mientras crezco a mi hijo pequeño y cumplir con los compromisos familiares. Es un verdadero desafío. Actualmente, mi esposo y yo compartimos la responsabilidad de recoger a nuestro hijo de la escuela. Habrá momentos en que en su lugar de trabajo esté demasiado lejos para recoger a mi hijo de la escuela, del cuidado infantil. Estas presiones, junto a la preocupación de que mi empleo esté en riesgo, ya que la licencia del CDA actual ya no cumplirá con el requisito de credencial para maestros de OSI, después del 2 de diciembre de 2023. Estudiar una carrera universitaria es un objetivo personal con el que estoy comprometida. Solo desearía que el programa tuviera un horario semestral completo y que la comunicación de la universidad fuera mejor. Estoy agradecida por la oportunidad de estudiar en mi lengua materna. Esto no solo es importante para mí, también para comprender completamente e informar mi instrucción, sino que puedo servir mejor a mis estudiantes que provienen de un hogar que no habla inglés y que necesitan educadores de habla hispana altamente calificados. En resumen, continúan existiendo barreras de acceso y transición a este programa. La escasez de profesores bilingües y la falta de especialistas en este programa de habla hispana es necesaria. Espero sinceramente que el comité considere mi testimonio hoy y contrate más personal bilingüe, ya que se acepta alrededor de 100 nuevos estudiantes cada semestre. Actualmente, UDC necesita más capacidad para apoyar a los estudiantes bilingües que están trabajando por cumplir sus objetivos personales y profesionales. Finalmente, agradezco este tipo de espacios inclusivos estén abiertos a todos para que podamos expresar los problemas que necesitan una solución inmediata. Atentamente, María Teresa, educadora de primera infancia, DC.
Thank you. Alma Jimenez. Is Alma Jimenez here? Mary Onofre? Mary Onofre? Please proceed.
¿Me escucha?
Please, yes.
Ok. Buenas tardes, presidente Mendelson, miembros del Consejo y miembros del Comité de UDC. Gracias por la oportunidad de testificar hoy. Mi nombre es Mari Carmen Onofre. Vivo en el Distrito de Columbia y trabajo como educadora en un centro de desarrollo infantil en DC. Recientemente fui admitida en el programa del asociado bilingüe en educación del Colegio Comunitario de la Universidad del Distrito de Columbia. Quiero agradecerles por garantizar que los estudiantes de diferentes estatus y ciudadanías pueden obtener una educación universitaria de alta calidad en UDC y en nuestro idioma nativo. Esta oportunidad ayuda a cientos de educadores de la primera infancia que, aunque están desarrollando el dominio del idioma inglés, y ahora ellos pueden cumplir con los nuevos requisitos de credenciales para maestros de OSI y así brindar una educación de alta calidad a nuestros niños en DC. Hoy me gustaría hablarles sobre uno de los desafíos más recientes y estresantes que experimenté. Este semestre de primavera, durante mi proceso de admisión, como sabrán, administraciones de UDC requiere que cada estudiante tenga una póliza de seguro de salud activa. Mi familia cuenta con el seguro médico de DC Alianza. Casi al mismo tiempo que me aceptaron en UDC, comencé el proceso de recertificación para DC Alianza. Hubo un atraso de varios meses en los que no recibí la aprobación del Departamento de Servicios Humanos. La fecha límite para probar la cobertura se acercaba rápidamente y estaba segura de que tendría que pagar por el seguro de salud de UDC, que cuesta aproximadamente $1,900 por año. Otros educadores y yo consideramos posponer las admisiones para el semestre de otoño del 2023, pero no había ninguna garantía de que mi beca se renovara. Me sentí abrumada y estresada, sin saber qué hacer, porque necesito el título del asociado en la educación para cumplir con los nuevos requisitos de credenciales para maestros de OSI para el 2 de diciembre del 2023. De lo contrario, correría el riesgo de perder mi trabajo como maestra. Creo que el registro del seguro de salud es una barrera y una carga injusta. Los estudiantes del programa de asociado bilingüe no toman clases en la universidad, sino en el colegio comunitario o en un lugar externo. Las clases son 2 tardes a la semana, de 6 p.m. a 8:30 p.m. Algunas clases son virtuales o híbridas y otras se ofrecen fuera de los terrenos de la universidad, en organizaciones comunitarias asociadas. Estoy aquí hoy para solicitar que el comité de UDC revise la posibilidad de ser flexibles y reevaluar el requisito del seguro médico para los estudiantes del asociado bilingüe. Otras universidades locales y colegios comunitarios no tienen el requisito del seguro médico para estudiantes. Por ejemplo, Trinity Washington University, Nova Community College y University of Potomac. No tienen este requisito de admisión. Gracias por su atención y la oportunidad de hablar ante ustedes sobre el problema que enfrentan los estudiantes de UDC cada semestre. Les agradezco mucho. Mari Carmen Onofre.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anna Bersian.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ana Bercián, soy residente de DC de la zona 4, soy madre de una hija de la escuela intermedia y de un hijo que está cursando el primer año en la universidad. He tenido el maravilloso privilegio de trabajar con bebés y niños pequeños durante los últimos 8 años. Hoy estoy aquí para agradecer al Consejo Municipal de DC y al Colegio Comunitario de UDC por crear un camino para obtener un título de asociado con becas para educadores con habilidades limitadas en inglés. Este programa fue diseñado para educadores de habla hispana y la mayoría de las clases se ofrecieron en español y pocas en inglés. También quiero compartir con ustedes lo que la inversión de la ciudad ha significado para mí y mi familia. Sé que tendré mejores oportunidades de trabajo con mayores credenciales en la educación de la primera infancia. Soy una maestra más calificada, más capaz de educación de la primera infancia. Soy una maestra, más capaz de enseñar a los niños pequeños y también estoy más cerca de cumplir mi sueño de abrir mi propio programa de desarrollo infantil. No hay palabras para describir mi gratitud. Hoy estoy aquí para pedir apoyo con mis objetivos profesionales de abrir un centro de la primera infancia. Para estar calificada en este puesto, necesito obtener una licenciatura en educación. Mi inglés se está desarrollando, pero aún no a nivel universitario. Le estoy pidiendo que UDC lance una licenciatura bilingüe para que los primeros educadores graduados, un programa como este servirá como modelo para el país que solo tiene el título de asociado. El logro de una licenciatura bilingüe permitirá que más mujeres abran negocios esenciales que sirven a familias trabajadoras de DC. Estas mujeres también pueden servir como líderes dentro de programas que guían a otros maestros en el cuidado de los niños. Espero que puedan construir buenas obras como hasta la fecha y crean un nuevo camino para los educadores de habla hispana que trabajan en programas con licencias de OSI en Washington, D.C. Gracias por la oportunidad de testificar.
Thank you. Maria Rodriguez.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, presidente Mendelssohn, miembros del Consejo y comunidad de UDC. Mi nombre es María Carolina Rodríguez. Soy una recién graduada del programa del asociado bilingüe en educación de UDC. A través de mi testimonio, quiero transmitirles mi inmensa gratitud por la oportunidad e inversión que me han brindado. Soy beneficiaria del programa de asistencia para la matrícula TAP de UDC, que cubrió el costo de mi matrícula y mis libros. La financiación de TAP fue autorizada por el Consejo Municipal. Soy una de los cientos de educadores que recibieron la inversión de la ciudad para convertirse en educadores de alta calidad de la primera infancia. Reconozco que las clases de la primera infancia han sido una herramienta fundamental y muy valiosa que me han ayudado a crecer profesionalmente y como resultado apoyar a los niños, a los estudiantes más jóvenes de DC. Ahora utilizo las mejores prácticas de instrucción que tienen en cuenta las necesidades y fortalezas de los niños, las familias y el entorno de aprendizaje. Este programa necesitaba un contacto bilingüe que pudiera brindar apoyo y ayudarnos a navegar a lo largo de nuestro periodo en la universidad. A pesar de algunos inconvenientes que tuvimos, gracias a Dios, algunas hemos logrado terminar el grado asociado y otros están por terminarlo. Estamos emocionadas y motivadas para fortalecer nuestro aprendizaje y me gustaría mucho continuar mi desarrollo profesional y tal vez algún día servir como directora en un centro de desarrollo infantil. Para calificar para esta oportunidad, necesito continuar estudiando y obtener una licenciatura en educación. Le pido a UDC que lance una licenciatura bilingüe en educación para los educadores de DC que están desarrollando su dominio del idioma inglés. Mi título del asociado de UDC debería transferirse y solo necesitaría 1 o 2 años más para obtener esta credencial. El modelo del asociado bilingüe de UDC puede seguir la misma metodología de enseñanza de las clases, comenzando en español, luego bilingüe y terminando en inglés. Muchas gracias por el apoyo económico y académico que nos han brindado para poder prepararnos profesionalmente.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next is Sia Barbara Camara.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, other committee
Afternoon.
members, and staff of the City Council and the Committee of the Whole. I'm Sia Barbara Camara, a longtime Ward 4 resident and the Chief Strategy Officer for the DC Early Learning Collaborative. I'm also a member of the DC Association for the Education of Young Children, and I'm very actively engaged with the Under 3 DC Coalition. On behalf of the collaborative, I want to thank you and your colleagues for adding the $850,000 to the budget of the UDC to provide community-based early childhood educators a pathway to attain the OSCE December 2023 degree and credential requirements. We recommend that you clarify for UDC that these funds can be used to provide supports similar to those who are in the traditional technical tuition assistance program. The Early Learning Collaborative is pleased that UDC is providing tuition assistance and supportive services to 235 persons seeking the Child Development Associate credential, associate's, and bachelor's degrees. But 87% of those persons are enrolled in the degree program. And this is a significant increase from 90 students in 2015. UDC will be inviting the council and staff to a graduation of persons from the Spanish-speaking and Southeast cohorts in March. There are some areas that we would like to bring to the attention of the council and to UDC. First, UDC should expeditiously work to market their credential, degree, and tuition assistance programs to the early care and education workforce, who must meet degree and credential requirements by December 2nd, 2023. This marketing can be a mechanism to attract new persons to the early childhood profession, especially since those who complete this program have no student loan debt. Second, UDC should be authorized to use some of the scholarship funds to develop and implement an infant and toddler best practices institute for all higher education early childhood faculty in DC colleges and universities. Finally, UDC should hire Spanish speakers in the admissions and other offices at the university that provide services to students. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. Thank you to the council and the mayor for your continued support of our state institutions. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Camaro. Megan Challender.
Thank you, Chairperson Mendelson, other committee members and staff. My name is Megan Challender, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Network for Victim Recovery of DC in my capacity as managing attorney. Since 2012, NVRDC has provided free, holistic, and trauma-informed support, advocacy, and legal services to over 8,800 victims of crime in the district. Approximately 72% of our clients in fiscal year 22 were survivors of dating violence, domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. NVRDC represents survivors seeking assistance asserting their criminal victims' rights, civil protection orders, and Title IX and Clery Act proceedings. In fiscal year 22, we represented 50 survivors in Title IX proceedings throughout many of the secondary schools and universities in DC. My individual work serving survivors of domestic violence in the district has spanned over 16 years, including at Break the Cycle, serving youth survivors in Georgetown Law's Domestic Violence Clinic and at DC SAFE. I also come before you as an alumnus of the UDC David A. Clark School of Law, class of 2013. My typical pride in my UDC education makes my testimony today difficult, as I relay the surprising and discriminatory experience NVRDC's client L'Oreal Hawk has faced at UDC when requesting supportive measures pursuant to Title IX and accommodations and protective measures pursuant to the Clery Act. UDC has also violated Mix Hawk's rights under the DC Human Rights Act, which protects survivors based on both sex and gender identity. L'Oreal Hawk is non-binary, uses they, them pronouns, and the honorific MX, mix. In addition to the issues surrounding their status as a survivor of dating violence and stalking, Mix Hawk has been repeatedly misgendered by UDC administrators and UDC General Counsel. NVRDC's experience representing Mix Hawk as they request accommodations stands in stark contrast to the experiences we have with other Title IX offices at other DC schools. Typically, when we approach DCPS or a university, they set up a meeting between the survivor and a representative of the Title IX office who explains to the survivor their rights under Title IX and the Clery Act, as well as possible accommodations or supportive measures. The Title IX office then works with relevant campus administrators confidentially to arrange any assistance. While a survivor's accommodations requests might ultimately be denied, the process is explained clearly, and typically additional options to meet the student's needs are offered as alternatives. Instead, the process at UDC was nothing short of a chaotic mess. Instead of a streamlined process, every office pointed to another as a possible source for assistance. Over 3 months, we were sent to a non-existent academic advisor, a non-existent graduation committee, multiple administrators at the law school who redirected to general counsel, who redirected to law school administrators, who redirected to general counsel. We sent dozens of emails and several briefs applying the law to the facts. NVRDC requested meetings, clarification, and for the opportunity to negotiate. We were met with stonewalling and disorganization. It is also important to note that no one in this process told Mix Hawk that these accommodations requests were denied. They instead pointed us to another administrator or committee to make the requests. And I relate this tumultuous scene in order to underscore that the problem here is not just UDC's discriminatory conduct toward Mix Hawk, but also a problem of process and procedure. UDC needs oversight by the council to ensure that the policy and procedures they are following when responding to survivors adhere to federal and local law and provide survivors with consistent, clear instructions on how to access help. UDC's conduct is also troubling because UDC repeatedly offered only one option to Mix Hawk: assistance filing a police report with campus police. This approach to survivors, especially at an HBCU, is deeply troubling. Services and support for survivors should never be predicated on reporting to police. And in NVRDC's experience serving survivors of crime, the majority of survivors turn to the police as a last resort, not as a first stop. Each survivor should make a decision about how to navigate the legal system and how to achieve a sense of justice and safety. Mix Hawk does not believe police involvement would help in their unique circumstances, and that decision should be respected. Indeed, Mix Hawk is non-binary and Black. According to the US Transgender Survey report, 84% of Black non-binary individuals reported being somewhat or very uncomfortable asking the police for help. Today, NVRDC asked the DC Council to conduct an investigation of UDC's handling of reports of domestic violence, stalking, and sexual assault. The current process does not focus on the needs of survivors following a traumatic event, but instead leads to a turbulent process that requires repeated disclosure to multiple offices and is decidedly trauma uninformed. Specifically, we request that the DC Council conduct an audit and investigation of UDC's handling of student survivor reports on campus to ensure they're complying with local and federal law, conduct an assessment of student experiences when seeking help on campus after experiencing crime, adequately fund a Title IX office that can appropriately and effectively respond to student survivors on campus, including requiring that the Title IX office negotiate accommodations requests confidentially on behalf of survivors as required by law, require UDC to implement new rules and procedures to streamline requests made under Title IX in the Clery Act so the survivors know whom to report, how to appeal, and what to expect. Require UDC employees to participate in training in gender-based harassment, relationship violence, and working with gender nonconforming students. Council must act because student safety is on the line. It is not acceptable for a university to simply ignore gender-based violence, which often leads to more serious and even lethal consequences and can impact the entire community. The council must act to protect survivors' access to education. I would encourage you to read the full story of Mix Hawk's experiences at UDC in our Office of Civil Rights Complaints and in Mix Hawk's written testimony to the committee. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I did let you go over. I appreciate your testimony. L'Oreal Hawk.
Hello, greetings, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is L'Oreal Hawk, and I am testifying before the Committee of the Whole on my experience as a law student at the University of District of Columbia, David A. Clark School of Law. I'm a first-generation college and law student from Cleveland, Ohio, and I was the sole caretaker of my mother until she passed from cancer in 2018. From November 2018 on, I became fully independent and financially responsible for my own well-being at 20 years old. Luckily, with my merit and professional experience, UDC Law offered me a 75% tuition merit scholarship. This scholarship was the only reason I was able to attend law school beginning in the fall of 2020. However, for my first semester at UDC Law, I have encountered multiple hurdles that inflicted an immense amount of harm in and outside of school at the hands of administrators and professors. From October 2020 until now, I have been constantly engaged with professors and administrators to inform this institution of my special circumstances as a survivor of domestic violence and stalking. UDC Law's response to my request for accommodations has been inadequate, endangering, or altogether absent. In the first iteration of this issue, UDC Law refused to notify me of Title IX and Clery Act accommodations, rescinded my academic merit scholarship, and failed to reinstate my scholarship once I performed the terms of our agreement. In the second iteration of this issue, UDC Law disclosed my status as a survivor at the class of 2022 graduation ceremony and across all their social media platforms without my consent. This not only violated my privacy, but put me in immediate danger of a resurgence in stalking. Indeed, the stalking activity escalated immensely from fall 2022 into spring 2023. In the last iteration of this issue, when I sought accommodations with counsel, UDC Law sent us in a never-ending circle that stonewalled any genuine resolution to this crisis for months. UDC Law administrators stepped in to deny accommodations to me even after professors individually granted them. Further, I was told that I would have to take leave, drop out, or put my life in danger to pursue my education. I was repeatedly misgendered throughout the entire process, and their actions indicated that I was being excluded, punished, and ignored because of my intersectional identities as a non-binary Black feminine survivor of domestic violence. Although I received a 4.0 last semester and am an Equal Justice Works Fellowship finalist with the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, none of that would matter if I was forced to take leave or drop out. None of my accomplishments would matter because of the decisions the law school has taken and are threatening to take due to my status as a survivor of domestic violence. Further, I know this choice was made deliberately against me, but not others. There are many people I know who receive accommodations at my law school. Some need accommodations because of chronic illness, others because they had a child, and others still because of a combination of special circumstances. None of them were treated the way that I was, and none of them have the unique combinations of identities that I do. This signals to me that administration and faculty are empowered to pick and choose which students they will invest in while letting others sink. An institution must be committed to all their students, and council and UDC Law must invest in all their students, not just some. I know that I'm going over time, but I would like to take a few more seconds to close. It is the culmination of these events that brings me here before you with 3 specific requests. These issues are reflective of a culture of deliberate indifference, misogynoir, and homophobia. First, additional funding and training is necessary to establish a new Title IX office and training for all faculty and administrators on Title IX in the Clery Act. Second, UDC Law must begin negotiations with council and I to finally grant me the accommodations I am entitled to. Lastly, an investigation and performance evaluation must be commenced to hold administrators accountable. Following an investigation, accountability in the form of disciplinary action up to and including termination must be implemented to address the culture of indifference, misogyny, and homophobia at UDC Law that led to my crisis. I urge you to read my written testimony, which discusses this matter in further detail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hawk. Yasmin Romero Castillo.
Yes. Oops, I can see. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other council members of this committee. My name is Jasmine Romero Castillo. I'm agency commissioner, 1D04 since 2010. I'm UDC senior political science student. I'm Salvadorian resident DC on Mount Pleasant Street for more than 26 years. I'm faithful student in DC in 2019 and graduated from legal assistant in UDC College. I'm currently senior political science in the May campus. I feel very grateful for this wonderful opportunity to be able to testify in favor of UDC because the university has given the blessing of fulfilling my dream of being able to complete my higher education and at affordable cost, regardless of the fact of being an elderly person, over 50 years of age, immigrant person that English is the second language because my native language is Spanish. UDC is a historical institution which allows many students who belong to minorities and low income can continue their university studies because it is low cost and very accessible to all people who want to excel regardless of age, race, religion, sexual preference, or colors. UDC is the alma mater of Washington, D.C. and must expand through the city like most state universities like, Harvard, USC, Yale, and that can only be achieved with the support of you, the city councils. Providing opportunity for academic improvement to the residents of the district and its surrounding, we can forge future professionals who will be politicians, businessmen, teachers, engineers, doctors, etc. To change the course of Washington, that will change the course Washington, D.C. In order to achieve transmission, we need you to give you support to the University of District of Columbia. My personal dream has always been to several UDC campuses in Washington, D.C., and if possible, at the DMV, Maryland and Virginia, including community college. Give me 1 sec. I've testified this on behalf of all people who immigrant to Washington, D.C. from other countries because we're looking for the academic American dream. Thank you so much in advance for your support.
That concludes your testimony. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hortensia Vargas.
Buenas tardes, señores concejales, organizaciones y todos los presentes. Quiero darles las gracias a UDC, al Concilio y a la MCPA por darme la oportunidad de poder hablar de mi experiencia como una de las primeras egresadas de la universidad en un programa de asociado en educación bilingüe. Mi nombre es Hortensia Yesenia Vargas. Trabajo en un centro de cuidado infantil en Washington, D.C., en Ward 5, con niños de 2 a 3 años. Estoy en esta escuela desde 2017. Me siento muy orgullosa de mi logro personal. Esto ha sido mucho para mí en mi experiencia en UDC. Fue extraordinaria, aunque al principio no fue nada fácil navegar en este sistema. Considero que hemos sido muy afortunadas de poder ser las primeras estudiantes en Washington, D.C. en un programa bilingüe. Esto me ha motivado cada día de mi vida, prepararme y ser mejor maestra y poder ayudar al crecimiento y desarrollo de los niños de mi escuela en esta primera etapa tan importante de sus vidas. Hay mucho más que hacer. El programa ha crecido significativamente, pero considero que necesitamos más tutores bilingües, ya que algunas maneras nos facilita la forma de comunicación, que nos puedan explicar cómo navegar en el sistema, que puedan guiarnos y sobre todo entendernos para tener mejor éxito en nuestra estadía en la UDC. Mi meta es ser mejor profesional para que Washington, D.C. pueda contar con maestras más capacitadas. He observado en mis niños que los conocimientos que día a día fui adquiriendo, se los he transmitido a cada uno de ellos. Sus padres han visto con sus hijos, han desarrollado diferentes habilidades de aprendizaje. La labor como educadora no termina el día que reciba el título, sino al contrario, seguiré enriqueciéndome con más conocimientos. El año 2022 fue para mí el mejor, ya que logré 2 metas. Terminé el programa para certificarme como maestra Montessori y ahora mi título en educación temprana. Estoy teniendo crecimiento como educadora, ya que mis niños no solo los cuidamos, también los preparamos para tener éxito en las escuelas. Aprenden 2 idiomas, algunos de ellos ya saben deletrear y esto me hace sentir muy orgullosa de que contribuyo a ese enriquecimiento en la educación. Quiero seguir siendo fuente de inspiración para las demás maestras que continúen educándose y preparándose para que aprovechen esta maravillosa oportunidad que solo Washington, D.C. la ofrece. Me gustaría que este programa lo siguieran apoyando y que implementaran nuevos programas como el Bachelor Bilingüe, donde muchas maestras pudiéramos tener más beneficios, como ser directoras de centro y hasta dueñas de nuestro propio programa de cuidado infantil. Estos programas no solo benefician a los maestros, sino que también a los niños, a la familia y a toda la comunidad. Gracias nuevamente por este apoyo que hasta hoy nos han brindado. También le quiero agradecer a los maestros, al señor Scott, por estar ahí para nosotras. Gracias por este testimonio.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas. Elizabeth Schmidt.
Hello. All right. Thank you
I
so
hear
much.
you, but I don't see you.
Oh, my apologies. All right. So you can hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll go ahead and begin. So dear Chairman and committee members, thank you so much for letting me speak. My name is Elizabeth Schmidt, and I'm from the greater Cleveland area of Ohio, though I'm currently a Fulbright scholar. And I'm here in support of my friend L'Oreal Hawk, who is one of the most brilliant, compassionate, and driven people I've ever met. When they were accepted to UDC with a scholarship, they were so excited to be at a law school that had committed to social justice. However, over the past couple years, I've been horrified at the way they've been treated by UDC. As you're aware, L'Oreal experienced stalking and relationship abuse. But time and again, they've been denied accommodations and actually had their scholarship reduced due to the consequences from the abuse, which has put them in a state of financial insecurity. I've been engaged in advocacy supporting survivors of sexual and domestic violence for the past 9 years, and I'm also the former project coordinator for the Sexual and Relationship Violence Support Services at Kent State University. So I can confidently say that UDC's process is not only not trauma-informed, it has been trauma-invoking. Their process for handling survivors' cases deviates substantially from standard practice for supporting survivors of violence. It has also directly put L'Oreal in danger, both from their abuser and in exacerbating a medical condition that is well known to be worsened by stress. It was UDC that leaked L'Oreal's status as a survivor and also posted their schedule of classes that they're required to attend publicly online. As a result, L'Oreal's abuser has been able to access their schedule and know when and where they will be on campus, creating significant risk of an attack. However, UDC refuses to allow L'Oreal accommodations to reduce the very danger that the school has created. Despite their supposed commitment to justice, administrators at UDC Law are struggling to meet the first step of commitment to their students. Following the law should be the bare minimum administrators at a law school can do. However, several UDC personnel have violated the Clery Act and Title IX and have grossly misrepresented their duties under Title IX. Additionally, the hostility that L'Oreal has encountered is reminiscent of how Black feminine presenting people are often treated with aggression by the systems that are meant to offer support. The accommodations that they have requested to protect their immediate safety have been given to other students, particularly white women. UDC personnel have also incessantly misgendered L'Oreal, who's non-binary. The invalidation of a person's gender can have deep psychological consequences and has contributed to L'Oreal feeling unsafe with UDC staff. I understand there are some people who may not be aware of L'Oreal's pronouns, so you may have received some information even from their supporters that reflect the wrong ones. However, UDC has been engaging with L'Oreal for years and has been asked several times to use they, them instead of she, her. Their continued misgendering cannot be anything other than deliberate at this point. It's important to recognize that this treatment is one of deep-seated racism, sexism, and homophobia that has created structural violence against people of intersecting marginalized identities like L'Oreal. UDC must be held accountable for their failures to follow the law. Administrators of UDC law and the general university should be investigated and evaluated on their performance on this issue and similar crises. Administrators should not be permitted to take public taxpayer money and students when they are using their position to endanger students and their livelihoods. For this reason, I urge an immediate investigation into how UDC handles sexual and relationship violence cases, particularly stalking, with the potential for offending staff to be terminated. Greater funding towards training is also needed for all staff to engage with survivors of violence and to support LGBTQ and people of color appropriately in their work. Lastly, I urge that UDC meet all of L'Oreal's extremely reasonable requests for accommodation so that L'Oreal may continue towards their graduation safely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Your written statement that I have is quite different than your oral statement. I don't know if you want to give me a copy of your oral statement as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to send in both. I just because of the limited time, I know there is
That's
more
fine.
information. Yeah,
That's fine, but you, for instance, ended with some very specific requests, which is not in the written statement we received. So it's fine either way, but if you want to send your oral statement, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. To the same email, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Stan Wall.
I'm here. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of the University of District of Columbia. My name is Stan Wall, and I'm here on behalf of Van Ness Main Street, where I'm a member of the organization's Economic Development Committee. I'm also a former ANC 3F commissioner, a longtime DC resident, and I lead the DC office of a real estate and economic development advisory firm that's focused on making cities like ours better for everyone. Our Main Street serves 65 small businesses on Connecticut Avenue, from Van Ness to Nebraska Avenue. Over the years, we have partnered with UDC on community-focused initiatives such as the Saturday morning farmers market, movie nights in the park, art all night, various pop-ups. We are deeply grateful to UDC for generously providing Van Ness Main Street with complimentary office and event space, including the amphitheater and the Theater of the Arts. Under the leadership of President Mason, UDC has been a great partner and an invested supporter of our Main Street program. We are here today because UDC is our largest landlord and tenant on the avenue, controlling nearly 40,000 square feet of retail in 4 buildings that account for 85% of the vacant retail space in Van Ness. All of these buildings stand prominently on Connecticut Avenue. In 2018, UDC signed a letter of intent with Van Ness Main Street to have the empty retail leased by the end of 2020. We all know what happened then. Despite the pandemic, UDC, in keeping with the letter of intent, hired brokerage firm KLNB and leased some of this space to Mom's Organic Market and All Care. However, these leases were executed nearly 2 years ago and have yet to open. At the same time, Van Ness Main Street has seen 7 new small businesses open on the corridor throughout the pandemic, with another slated to open in the coming weeks. This demonstrates that our corridor is indeed vibrant and attractive to potential new businesses. So why is UDC's retail still vacant? UDC is at a severe disadvantage. The 7 new businesses in our corridor that have been able to open faster than the 2 of the UDC properties because of concessions to the incoming businesses with assistance to build out their space. These are widely known as tenant improvement incentives. We were asking the council to improve UDC's performance and their bottom line by including a capital tenant improvement incentive line item for UDC based on the following analysis. I ran a tax revenue scenario for just 1,000 square feet of vacant retail, demonstrating that if this space could be filled, there would be an impact of about $54,000 a year in sales, property, and business taxes to the city. The total lost tax opportunity on the 30,000 square feet of vacant space is approximately $1.6 million a year. This does not take into account the rental income loss of the currently empty properties. If DC were to provide a $100 per square foot tenant improvement allowance to UDC to support attracting these tenants for approximately $3 million total for the 30,000 square feet of empty space, the city would be paid back in less than 2 years, approximately $1.6 million annually, upon UDC leasing these spaces. And from that point forward, the city would continue to reap the benefit of this additional new tax revenue. Further, UDC would also directly benefit by generating annual rental revenue of $1.2 million based on average rents in our corridor of about $40 per square foot. The ANC 3F resolution regarding UDC's purchase of 4250 Connecticut, dated in February of 2018, supported this LOI by UDC and Van Ness Main Street and explicitly called on the DC Council to acknowledge this disadvantage, asking the council to help ensure that approval of UDC's purchase will not halt the strides that Van Ness and the ANC 3F community have made over the past few years by providing earmarked operating and capital funds as necessary for UDC to offer prospective retail tenants lease rates, concessions, and tenant improvement allowances and other incentives in the same manner as a for-profit owner or manager would typically employ to secure desirable tenants. We ask that the council help UDC become competitive landlord on Connecticut Avenue. UDC has kept up their side of the letter of intent to the best of their ability, and now we need the city's action to allow UDC to fully lease this empty retail space on Connecticut Avenue for the benefit of all. According to Ilana Prois, founder of CEO of Recast City that provides technical assistance to urban main streets across the country, one vacant building on the block can reduce the value of nearby properties by 20% or more. This is a losing proposition for DC, for UDC, our commercial landlords, and our business on a corridor. Thank you for your serious consideration to solving this long-standing drag on our city and neighborhood. UDC needs the council's assistance to be competitive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. I don't have a copy of your statement. Would you provide that, please?
Will do. We'll send immediately.
Thank you. Trudy Peterson.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify. I'm testifying on behalf of the Archives Advisory Group, a body of the DC Council that was established to watch over the development of the new archives building for the District of Columbia. We are very grateful to you, Mr. Chairman, for your continued interest in the archives and for the opportunity to serve on this group. I noticed that Council Member Fruman has joined us, and we're very pleased that he is also interested in the archives issue. The new DC archives will be on the campus of the District of Columbia. We think this is a wonderful location with benefits for both the university, for the archives, and for the city as a whole. There will be opportunities for classes, for students to use the archives. If you wanted to have a history degree program, as one of the students did, this would be a wonderful resource for that. It will also bring people onto campus because they will come for public programs, they will come to do research, and they may never have been on campus before, and thereby enhance the visibility of the university in the city. With all those benefits, the Archives Advisory Group is concerned that the agreement between the university and the stakeholder agency in the DC government appears not to have been signed. In fact, a draft hasn't even been made public. And we believe this is essential. It has to do with small things, trash collection. It has to do with big things like security when there was a major demonstration at an adjoining foreign embassy. And it has to do with things like sustainability. UDC wants to be a model for urban sustainability, and we think that's a great idea. And we think that the new archives building should go into that agreement, also agreeing to be part of urban sustainability. Further, we also believe that with UDC, the zoning commission is going to have to relook at the campus plan that was just adopted for the decade 2020 to 2019. And we hope that both university and the city will include in that concept plan all of these sort of sustainability measures, and will keep the stakeholders informed of what is going on with this mutual relationship. So with all those things, we look forward to reading a final agreement, and we look forward to the council considering this document. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Ms. Peterson, I have one question for you, and that is, who's responsible for the partnership agreement besides UDC? Would that be the mayor's senior advisor, or would it be Department of General Services?
As I understand it, the document was developed with the Office of the Secretary, which would be under the senior advisor, but that is my understanding. That may be wrong, but that's what I believe.
Thank you. Let me turn to my colleague. Thank you very much. Let me turn to my colleague, Matt Fruman. Councilmember Fruman, if you have any questions.
I do not, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the testimony of all of the witnesses. And as Ms. Peterson had said, I want to be a very, very strong supporter to the archives project. I think it's a very exciting one for the city. And I want to Van Ness Main Street for all the work that it's done. I had included an ask in my budget letter relating to the allowances to improve spaces to make UDC competitive in the commercial space. I think the numbers that are used in the testimony are higher than the numbers that I had proposed, but I will revisit the numbers that I proposed in light of the testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I don't have any further questions, but I do want to thank each of the witnesses for your time and for your testimony. This does lead me to some questions that I'll ask of President Mason. So you all are excused, and we will hear now from Ronald Mason, who's the president of the university.
Chairman. Good afternoon. Should I proceed?
Yes. Yeah, you're a little soft-spoken. Are you okay?
I am. How about now? Can you hear me?
A little better. That's a little better.
All right. Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff, good morning. Good afternoon, that is. I am Ronald Mason, Jr., President of the University of the District of Columbia, the public institution of higher learning in and for the nation's capital. I am pleased to testify on the university's performance during fiscal years 2022 and 2023 to date. I start by thanking you, Chairman, and the rest of the council for your continued and steadfast commitment to the university, and would also like to extend my gratitude to Mayor Bowser and Deputy Mayor Kine for their continued support. Combined with the guidance of the university's Board of Trustees and the dedication of our faculty and staff, and most of all, our amazing students, UDC has continued to grow and flourish as we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic. As you may know, this is my last academic year as president at the university, and I will retire from this position on June 30th of this year. This being my last performance oversight hearing before the council, with your indulgence, I thought it would be appropriate to reflect on UDC's progress over the last 8 years, offer my assessment of the current status of the university, and speak to its potential as an important institution of higher learning. When I began at the university in 2015, UDC was challenged on many fronts. Instability, bad press, historic and recent budget cuts that included a mandated reduction in force, lack of confidence in its ability to conduct business, and an overall perception that UDC was and perhaps should be a university of last resort. Yet, despite the challenges, I quickly came to understand UDC's unique role, responsibility, and opportunity to be the national university that George Washington called for in 1790. As the only public university in the district, the only exclusively urban land-grant university in the nation, and a specially designated historically Black university, UDC was, by its design and circumstance, it is an institution of higher education for the people, for democracy, and for the proposition that all are created equal. As a public system of higher learning for the district, I believe it is destined to be a higher education model of urban student success. Our path to progress has been guided by our most recent strategic plan, the Equity Imperative, approved by the Board of Trustees in 2018. Its 5 priorities have been: 1, seamless pathways. We have worked to establish seamless multi-credential pathways with multiple on and off ramps from our workforce development and lifelong learning unit through to associate degree, bachelor's degree, and graduate level programs. As the pinnacle of public education in the district, we have begun to extend the pathways to high schools and middle schools. Students may enter UDC at any point or level of preparation and see a path to success according to their own time and circumstances. Even though many of our students are older and have life responsibilities, our learning pathways allow them to pause if necessary and return to the university seamlessly at a later point. Number 2 is to improve relationships with the pre-K sector and district government. As a member of the Mayor's Cabinet and Education Cluster, we have focused on strategic alignments with DC Public Schools, DC Public Charter Schools, and DC government agencies to improve relationships and shore up processes to better serve our students and district residents. Small enhancements, such as the electronic delivery of high school transcripts or vaccination records, has eased the path from secondary school to UDC for many students. Number 3, increase enrollment. Pre-COVID, we maintained level enrollment over the years despite obstacles such as having to reaccredit a popular nursing program and the DC TAG scholarships, which are not available to residents wishing to attend UDC, and also encourage high school talent to leave the district. We lost enrollment, but weathered the storm during the COVID-19 pandemic by smoothly pivoting to emergency remote instruction, removing students' financial obstacles as much as possible, and increasing social and emotional support for students, faculty, and staff. We provide targeted outreach, offer enveloping retention support, and have expanded our recruitment team and recruiter coverage, including the addition of bilingual recruiters. We are now poised to return to the pre-COVID stability and begin an upward trajectory in enrollment. Number 4, increase the number of UDC credentials awarded. In addition to increasing enrollment, we have worked diligently to ensure that our students not only attend UDC, but complete their education. Thus, this priority is focused on retention, graduation, and completion. When I began at UDC, the graduation rate for the bachelor's degree cohort was only 15%, and the overall graduation rate was only 13%. We have worked hard to raise those numbers dramatically. The bachelor's graduation rate is now 44%. However, because many of our students are part-time, have attended other colleges prior to UDC, or have stopped out and now returned, and do not count toward the official graduation rate, we also focus on completion. The number of credentials we award each and every year is between 700 and 800. Number 5 is Dawn. One of the overarching goals of the equity imperative to graduate transformative urban leaders who are lifelong learners led to the creation of Dawn, an acronym for Developing America's Workforce Nucleus. The mission of Dawn is to, quote, create a sustainable pipeline of domestic, diverse, business-ready, STEM, and entrepreneurship-ready talent at all levels of the workforce to propel America's economic engine into the future. Through Dawn, we are piloting innovative ways to strengthen the pathways from the community to a bachelor's degree. We hope to help solve the nation's critical talent shortage by cultivating STEM-based talent from the vast untapped reserves in disenfranchised populations. We are currently working with the Anacostia community and schools to innovate content, learning pedagogy, and tools which may be broadly applicable at UDC and beyond. Other initiative partners include DC Department of Energy and the Environment, PEPCO, Apple, and 12 federal agencies which comprise the Urban Waters Partnership. In addition to the above, with 11 commendations from the Middle States Accreditation Reaffirmation, through the addition of 2 new PhD programs in urban leadership and entrepreneurship and in engineering and computer science, the expansion of the university's footprint to 4 campuses, the establishment of the DC Up scholarships for DCPS and DCPCS high achievers, meeting the council's fundraising match challenge almost every year, the successful negotiation of union contracts, and increases in our subsidy and capital appropriations, I think it is fair to say that Team UDC has performed well over the last 8 years. At present, UDC is now a healthy institution on its way to being an important player in the higher education industry. Our bachelor's degree graduation rate once again has steadily risen to 44%, a rise of 29%, and the overall graduation rate is 25%, which is about average for an open admissions university such as we are. We have begun to grow our enrollment again, a 3% increase in fall of 2022 and a 4% increase in the spring of 2022. And we have hired a new vice president for enrollment management who is tasked with developing a 3 to 5 year recruitment plan for the university. Additionally, we redesigned our registration process to provide incoming and returning students the support they need. Also, because many of our students face challenges outside of the classroom that impact their ability to learn or continue their education, we have hired an individual who will be focused on connecting our students to social services they may require. The UDC Board of Trustees, our board in its wisdom, has determined that it is best to build on the progress under the equity imperative by assessing, updating, and enhancing the current strategic plan as opposed to creating a new one. Based on the feedback we received during many engagement sessions with myriad of individuals, we have developed goals and sub-goals for the updated plan, which were presented to our board last month. We are now constructing a work plan to achieve the goals and are aiming to present the final plan to the board in late spring, early summer. Moreover, all our programs are fully accredited, and we have not had any reaffirmation hiccups for several years. We are currently seeking accreditation for a new Master of Social Work program and expect to offer courses beginning in fall of 2024. Additionally, we have begun the self-study process which is required by middle states every 8 years, and believe we will be successful in the reaffirmation of our accreditation. The UDC Pathways to Teaching program is up and running, and in fiscal year 2022, 12 students received funding for either tuition, stipends, funding for resources or supplies, or licensure exam preparations. Thus far in 2023, 17 students have received support and funding through the program that number will continue to rise. Further, we are very excited to share that this will be the first year that we will have doctoral students graduating. In terms of capital projects and facilities, UDC is grateful for the additional capital funds we have received over the past few years. They have allowed us to tackle many of the large systemic issues at both our Van Ness and Bacchus campuses, such as antiquated HVAC, mechanical, plumbing, and electrical infrastructure, and leaky windows and roofs. Moreover, we are currently renovating 4250 Connecticut Avenue to be a modern faculty and learning center. We are committed to finishing that renovation by the end of fiscal year 2024, but due to the higher cost of labor and inflation, we will need an additional $7 million over what we currently have to do so. Last, our funding continues to improve, particularly with the assistance of the council funding match. We secured a $2 million gift, the largest in UDC history, for needs-based scholarships, a $200,000 gift from Ted Leonsis and Monumental Sports, and recently received a major commitment of $250,000 from PEPCO. Coupled with our successful fundraising efforts during the first quarter of fiscal year 2023, we are on target to meet this year's council match. In looking ahead to fiscal year 2024, given that the university is going to undergo a leadership change, we respectfully request that the council continue the fundraising match in fiscal year 2024 and hold steady at a 1-to-1 match ratio and a maximum match of $2 million. It would be good to set the new president up for success. Today, UDC is the U.S. News 17th best HBCU in the nation, though it was not on that list 4 years ago. Our law school tied Yale for the 5th best clinical programs in the country. We are an emerging R2 research university, a designation only for universities or colleges with doctoral programs that conduct a high level of research. And among quality institutions, which are also affordable, some of our programs have ranked as high as #1 nationally. As far as the future is concerned, I'd like to close with a few words about what I see as UDC's national importance. As I noted at the beginning of my testimony, the idea of a national university located in the nation's capital dates to George Washington's 8th annual address to Congress in 1790. In describing his vision, our first president noted that 2 keys to the success of the United States, then a newly formed democracy, were a national military university to defend and expand our new nation, and a national university in the nation's capital to chart the path to a country where all its people would have the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The former came to be West Point. The latter is UDC. Formed from the merger of 3 distinct federal institutions, one of which dates to 1851, UDC is the public university in and for the nation's capital. It is meant to be, it needs to be, more than it is locally perceived. What has struck me the most during my time as UDC's longest tenured president is how difficult it is for Washingtonians to see the treasure that is UDC. Just as the district should be an exemplar to the nation of resilience, sustainability, and equity, the university that bears its name should be the exemplar of democratic higher education for the entire nation. In fact, it is difficult to see how the former is possible without the latter being true. Moreover, as the district continues to advocate for statehood, The promotion of a comprehensive and strong public university system must be part of that paradigm. UDC's ability to accomplish the aforementioned vision depends on the speed and level of investment in it by the district. UDC is less than 50 years old, and it has overcome challenges that few institutions have had to survive. Yet, to its credit, it has survived and is now poised to thrive. It will go further and I suggest that it will thrive if the idea, this experiment that we call America, is to succeed. That it must thrive if the idea that we call America is to succeed. Once again, the mayor has announced a significant increase to the pre-K-12 uniform per student funding formula foundation level for fiscal year 2024, as she recognizes the funding needed to provide a high quality pre-K through 12 education. Many of those same pre-K through 12 students become UDC students, whether or not they are ready for college. Our arms are open to them, but we request that both the mayor and the council recognize the need for comparable increases in resources allocated to UDC so that all districts' residents have the opportunity through public education to reach their highest levels of human potential. Thank you again for your and the council's support and the opportunity to testify. I am happy to answer any questions you or the committee members may have.
Thank you, President Mason. I'm sort of glad that you chose to review the last 8 years. Although if you want, we could schedule a couple more performance oversight hearings so that this would not be your last, and schedule them over the next couple of months. But I do have some performance oversight questions, and I do need to get to those.
Yes, sir.
And I assume, or I hope that you listened to the testimony from the 27 witnesses.
I did.
So I'm going to kind of start with some of questions based on some of that testimony. There were a number of individuals who testified about the early childhood educator program at UDC. One witness, let me see what she wrote. I'm here today to ask the UDC hire more qualified bilingual professors to teach the increasing enrollment of Spanish-speaking educators. I am part of the 7th cohort, which accepted 95 students this semester. I was formally admitted to UDC for the spring 2023 semester, but in the first week of classes, I was notified that I could not start my classes until March 2023 due to the lack of bilingual professors. I was placed with a group of more than 30 educators who will begin classes this coming March once a professor becomes available. My concern is that my employment is at risk as my current CDA license will no longer meet the OSCE teacher credential requirement after December 2nd, 2023. There continue to be access and transitional barriers to this program. The shortage of bilingual professors and the lack of Spanish-speaking program specialists is needed. Before you answer, another witness. As you may know, UDC admissions requires that each student have an active health insurance policy. My family counts on DC Alliance Health Insurance. I began the reauthorization process for the DC Alliance. There was a backlog of several months in which I did not receive approval. The deadline to prove coverage was fast approaching. I was certain that I would have to pay for the UDC health insurance, which costs approximately $1,900 a year. I believe that the health insurance requirement is a barrier and unfair burden. Other local universities and community colleges do not have the student health insurance requirement. For example, Trinity, Washington University, Nova Community College, and the University of Potomac do not have this admissions requirement. And then there were 2 more, I believe, on this subject. UDC should launch a bilingual bachelor's degree for early educators. And UDC should be authorized to use some of the scholarship funds to develop and implement an infant and toddler best practices institute for all higher education early childhood faculty in DC colleges and universities. What can you say to each of those witnesses?
Thank you, Chairman.
And if you want me to repeat any of that, I will.
No, I took notes. Thank you. These are good problems to have, and in many ways it speaks to how successful the program has been. You remember that at last hearing, there were requests that we increase the amount of funds available. We have translated many of the documents into Spanish. We've hired 2 Spanish-speaking recruiters, some of whom can help with the work that's been mentioned here. But the demand now has exceeded the capacity of the program. And so while we have fully populated up to the capacity that we have, there's still about 100 on the waiting list. And when it comes to hiring more bilingual faculty, that's just a question of being able to hire faculty in general, which is, as you know, an issue that we have not only in this program, but other programs at the university. And so we feel like we're doing the best we can with what we have to work with. And overall, if you listen to the totality of the testimony, it was a lot of satisfaction with what we've done so far. But it's one of those things where the more we do, the more people expect us to do, and we're trying to keep up with the demand at the same time, responding as best we can. And so that's the ECI answer. I can give you, more details on the program itself, and I can have the dean of the program speak more to it, but that's generally the response. Now, on the bachelor's program, we have a bachelor's degree that articulates seamlessly from the associate's degree in early childhood education to the bachelor's degree in the same discipline, but it's not in Spanish. And I think the request here is that we have, a bilingual component of that, a Spanish-speaking component of that degree program, and that's just going to have the same challenges as I just described for the associate's program, except even more so. And so, we're willing to work with people and talk to folks and work with you and the council and the mayor, about what's necessary to expand the program in the ways that's been described. But as it stands right now, I think we're stretched about as much as we can. And then on the time limit for the certifications, that's not in our control. We're getting as many certified as we can, as fast as we can. But we're not going to be able to certify everybody in the queue by the time that the time runs out on the OSCE certification deadline. And so let me pause there on the early childhood and see if there's more details you would like me to address before I go to the health insurance.
So the bilingual professors, you're not saying no, you're saying that it's a you're at your capacity, and it's also hard to find individuals to hire, whether for this program or others. And with regard to the bachelor's, sounds like it's sort of the same, that we have a bachelor's program, but you don't have the resources for a bilingual bachelor's program.
Yeah, it's just a question of faculty lines, right?
Scholarship funds to develop and implement an infant and toddler best practices institute for all higher education early childhood faculty.
Well, it's the same question. Remember, we put enough money in this program and shuffled some money around last year to be able to get us through this fiscal year and next fiscal year. After that, that money runs out, but we don't have any extra money in the pot to be able to reallocate to other programs right now.
So when you come to us next month with regard to your budget, since I believe you don't know what the mayor is going to propose, and I don't know what the mayor is going to propose, can you address what would be needed to better fund this early childhood educator program?
Yeah, we can give you some numbers. it wasn't in our enhancement requests that we sent to the mayor, but we'd be happy to provide them to anybody that's interested in knowing what they are.
Please. So then you were going to address the insurance?
Yeah, I've worked at 4 universities and every one of them required health insurance, student health insurance. They're able to waive the insurance if they can show that their parents have coverage for them. And many students here do waive the insurance, but other than that, you know, I'm not aware of any other schools that don't require student health insurance for obvious reasons. And so if you know, if I can also contact these other schools that were mentioned just to verify that, but I'd be really surprised if they don't require it.
Yeah, I believe it was Trinity, Nova, and Potomac.
Yeah, I'll take a look, but I'd be surprised. And I can
And
follow.
why do colleges and universities require insurance?
Well, because if there are students and they get injured or require some health care, then the university may be exposed to provide that expense, to cover those expenses because they're our students. And you know, insurance is a way to mitigate that risk.
You know, when I was in college, which I believe was in the last century, but be that as it may, can you provide me with, following up the hearing, can you provide me with a report with regard to L'Oreal Hawk?
Yes, sir, I can.
And you heard the testimony, and I suspect that you have access to other documents that would fully explain the situation. If you could help us with that, I would appreciate it.
I will give you some more context.
With regard to the archives, is it correct that there's no agreement between the executive and the university?
I think that would be an overstatement. You know, there's an understanding and has been for some years now that the archive will be on our campus. We are negotiating the MOU that is required to be finalized before we can start construction. The MOU is actually in my general counsel's office right now. And I just happened to run into the Secretary of State at an event last Friday, and she is committed. We are committed. We're working out the details. You know, as I mentioned to you previously, you know, there's some tricky pieces to this construction project, but I think we're going to work through it and get this MOU done. But no, it's not complete yet. It's in the hand of the lawyers, and I think it's our lawyers and government services is the unit that's doing it on the district's side.
Government services meaning DGS.
Yes, sir, DGS.
So you don't share the concern that there's not an agreement at this point, although you're clear that there's one in the works.
No, I don't have a concern. I think that you know, we're in good faith trying to come to a agreement on this MOU.
In this year's annual comprehensive financial report, there were some findings regarding the University of the District of Columbia. A formalized risk assessment over the university's information systems has not been conducted. Controls are not in place to ensure that vulnerability assessment and penetration testing findings are properly remediated. I believe that also has to do with your technology systems. UDC did not have a policy in place governing the removal of personnel in PeopleSoft. And you seem to have one from 2 years ago. You're working on developing and implement an incident monitoring policy. The auditor reported UDC is currently in the process of identifying and implementing thresholds related to intrusion attempts.
Yes.
This is a concern both in its own right, but also, as you may know, the annual audit for the district is not complete because of NSDC, which is a component unit, affiliated unit. They were the victim of a cyber attack, and it sort of highlighted the need for everybody to have their protections in place. And the auditor found these deficiencies. I don't think they're actually called deficiencies in the state-of-the-art term. So how did this come to be, and how quickly is this going to get resolved?
Well, first of all, we agree with the findings and have agreed that we will fix it. We have hired a new vice president of information systems, and he is a cyber expert. We've had significant upgrades since he's been hired, which was about a year ago now. But our first priority on his list of things to do is to address these concerns mentioned by the auditor. We have a plan in place. I think that we're probably halfway there now. We have let me see if I can say it the way he would say it. The high risk areas, which is basically our email system, now it has a double identification system in place where you can't just sign on, you have to sign on and then get a code on your phone, which was a big advancement for us. And since the students are your biggest vulnerability, that has solved some of the problems. The other things there, I think, are well in the works. And sometime during the course of the next year, we'll get it done, and it won't be anything noted in the next audit.
Well, for it to not be noted in the next audit, it would have to be done over the remaining months of this fiscal year. Is that possible?
You know what? I'll do this. I'll get you a timing report on that. My Chief Operating Officer is on. If he has more to say about it, he's welcome to. David, I see you popped on. Do you want to say something, or can we get a report to the councilman as a follow-up?
Good afternoon. David Franklin, Chief Operating Officer for the University of the District of Columbia. We have already started to work on mitigating both those findings. As a matter of fact, we're about 85% completed. One of those findings was the result of the reason why one of the findings is still listed is that the auditors didn't have the opportunity to complete the testing. There just wasn't enough samples at that point in time to complete an adequate testing to be able to clear the findings. But as it pertains to them, we are of the belief that the time frame is actually February, March, April, June 2023, that both those findings will be completely resolved.
Thank you, David.
You said both, but I think there was more than both.
The IT findings I'm referring to, the two IT findings that you mentioned.
A formalized risk assessment over the university's information systems has not been conducted.
That's one.
Controls not in place to ensure the vulnerability assessment and penetration testing findings are properly remediated.
That's
the second one.
That's correct.
What about UDC did not have a policy in place governing the removal of personnel in PeopleSoft?
Yeah, that would be in the personnel arena, and we do have a policy in place.
And you've talked to the Inspector General to see if it's acceptable?
Go
ahead, David.
Our CFO, Mr. Lane, Roy Lane, has been working along with our VP of Information Technology, has been working with the auditors to ensure that the work that we've done will, in essence, alleviate the issues that was raised by the auditors. So we've been constantly working with them especially over the last 6 months.
I think my question was, since the auditor works through the inspector general, whether the inspector general has looked and said, yeah, I think this does the trick.
Roy, have we
Good
spoken with the inspector general at this point?
Yes, Roy Ling, CFO. In fact, that finding has already been completed. We actually completed that before the auditors. The audit was completed, and we have given that information to the auditors. But because it was a finding during the period, that's why it was reported. But we have actually implemented corrective actions on that.
And the inspector general or the auditor seemed satisfied.
Yes, they did.
President Mason, in the answers to the pre-hearing questions, there are 3 individuals who've earned overtime almost as much as their base salary. Is there a better option available to the university than paying that much in overtime?
Depending on who they are, but my guess is that they work in the police department and probably dispatchers. You know that we've had a running challenge with salaries and personnel in that division. We've actually made really great progress. If you remember a few years ago, the overtime that we were paying was about double what we're paying now. And so while we're making progress, some of the challenges are still there. When we don't have the personnel, the only other option is to allow them to make overtime. And then the other position is pneumatic control engineer. And that's about, in some sense, the condition of our infrastructure when it comes to heating and cooling. And, we just have to have people here 24/7 to make sure that those things keep running. And they're hard to find with that level of expertise. So those are very specific positions and very specific reasons for those overtime payments.
Well, with the police, are you saying you are trying to hire?
Yes.
And you're unable to hire?
Yes,
fully?
I think my last count, I think we had about 12, maybe 12 open positions there. And there's also a turnover issue. I see David popped on again. He's police come under him. He may have more information to share.
Sure, appreciate the opportunity again. So yes, we have approximately 8 positions, police officers, vacant positions that we have just recruited for. And those individuals are getting ready to start at the academy. So many of the positions that were filled, we have a new chief of police that came on board, give or take, about 3 months ago, and we have been actively recruiting to ensure that we fill those positions to help alleviate some of the overtime that you're seeing in those reports.
So next year, I won't be asking about this?
I'd say that depends. We may bring in new folks, but we may lose some of the ones currently on staff. I would reserve, I wouldn't answer that question yet. I'll wait to answer it next year.
Oh, good. That means you'll be back. So this is not your final oversight hearing. Well, have you also looked at the salary to see if the salary is adequate?
Yeah, we have, and we raised those salaries as a unit. I think it was a year or 2 ago. But we had, generally speaking, university-wide, we have not been able to keep up with the non-union salaries, and so that may be an issue there as well. And one of our priorities in this budget cycle is to try to get funds to address some of our salary issues.
I'm just going on and on here, and I have a colleague here, so why don't I'll have a second round. Councilmember Fruman, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Yes, I do have a handful of questions. And nice to see you, President Mason.
You as well, council member.
Congratulations on what has been a great tenure at UDC. Sorry that it's coming to a close, although I hope you're happy.
Mixed feelings, sir.
What's that?
Mixed feelings.
Mixed feelings.
Yeah.
Well, it's such an exciting project, and you've done a great job. We still have a long way to go, as you know. I wanted to ask some questions about a handful of specific things. One is the fields and where we stand on the renovation of the fields, which is a project that I actually have been involved in for maybe a dozen years. So I'm curious where that is.
Yeah, so we have one field that is NCAA competition capable. And that's our main field, and that is in the process of being completed now. Our expectation is that by the end of the spring, I believe that field will be ready to be used. The second field is tied up in the conversation about the archive. That is the practice and intramural field. One of the issues there is about the size that we need the field to be and whether or not that size can accommodate what the archive design currently is. And so that's one of the sticking points that we're working our way through there. My guess is that field will not be ready until, well, it depends, candidly, because one of the issues is where they're going to stage the construction site for the archive. And so, I'm gonna reserve a firm answer on that second field until we resolve some of these archive questions. But I think the first field, the main field, should be ready by sometime in the spring.
And what is the thinking about lights on the field? Will there be lights on either of the fields or both of the fields?
Yeah, let me ask David to step in, but I believe those fields will have lights, won't they, David?
That's correct. The fields will be lighted. And just to go back to the completion date, we're actually scheduled to complete the synthetic field, which is the NCAA regulated field that will be completed in July 2023. But to answer your question directly, there will be lights to accommodate the field itself.
And I know that you have significant needs, but is it your expectation that you'll be able to make those fields available for rent to other entities, the soccer leagues,
Yeah, I'd say generally, we try to work with all of our neighbors when it comes to using our athletic facilities. Some of the high schools use our gym, they use our pool, about the tennis courts. And so these fields, yes, but as always, our first priority are our teams and our students. And after that, the athletic department is pretty accommodating as much as they can be.
I appreciate that and encourage you too. I mean, this is a huge need in the community. It's a first, the old adage about on the airplane, first you have to put the oxygen mask on yourself. You got to do that, but then hopefully there's some that can be used with other folks. The archives, the interplay with the archives is interesting. I was on a hearing recently about the archives and raised this, and it is important. I stress this to the people who are on the archive side of this equation inside of the government, that we need that second field. You need that second field. The community needs that second field. So I do hope that you can work it through with them so that the archive building should be a great building. Don't want to shortchange that building, but it has to be that it can be done in a way where it doesn't have to impede on the field. So I'd encourage you on that. In the design process for that building, are you contemplating input from the community of users of the archives building at all, or how do you see that process going forward for the archives building?
Well, we're not responsible for the design. We participate in the conversations about the design and have some input into what we think it should look like. as well as our own archive people. But like any other, public project, I'm assuming, I don't know, but I'm assuming that there'll be public input, an opportunity for public presentation of what the initial designs are, so that whoever needs to say, what they need to say, they'll be able to say it. Now, if you have specific folks that have an interest in, commenting at this stage, I'm sure we can get that information to the designers and they'd be happy to have a session with it.
There's a whole organization that's been pressing for this for quite a while and brings to the table a lot of expertise, and it would be useful to have public input generally, but maybe even most importantly, input from those people who have been so active on it.
Happy to pass those names on.
Okay, I'll follow up on that. One of the things I was looking at the enrollment numbers, and they're doing okay, but it has to be that you would like to see the enrollment numbers go higher still. Am I right that there's a strategic planning process that's underway right now? And where does that process stand, and how does that process have an interplay with visions for the future about enrollment?
Sure. So, the board decided that, my board of trustees decided that they didn't want to start from scratch. And so that we are engaged in a planning process now to assess, enhance, and update the current strategic plan, which is the equity imperative. And so we hired Link strategic consultants to work with us, and they did a really good job of getting input from about 1,200 people on a survey. They interviewed folks around the district, constituents of all sorts, and developed 3 proposed strategies. Those 3 strategies have been vetted and presented to the board, including sub-strategies. And so the goals and the sub-goals have made it to the board level, and everybody's on the same page with those. Be happy to share them if you want to see them. And now we're internally trying to put together a work plan to implement those goals and sub-goals. And, one of the big goals is identity, and one of the sub-goals of identity is enrollment. We all know here that, enrollment is a big issue. COVID put a glitch in where we were headed, but, graduation rates are up, enrollment is ticking back up. There's some structural challenges, as you know, TAG is one, and we have a strategy to try to overcome that. And then the other one is, just the resources, given some of the challenges that our students bring to us when they come to us from the high schools. But all of that's in the mix, and I think we're getting better at it. And candidly, I don't know if you caught my opening testimony, but I really do think UDC is destined to be a major player in the industry because it's so unique and so well positioned. And I think over time, more and more people will see it as a first choice institution and start to come here because of the location, the quality of programs, and affordability.
So I hear you about that, and I share your excitement around the possibilities that UDC offers. And I love your hearkening back to President Washington. I think there is a historical mandate here that I think is important. One of the things that I think you've said to me is that you have a challenge of retention at the university as well. And I don't know that you spoke to that of staff and of professors. And I wonder if you can speak to that as one of the factors of how we can be strengthening the university over time.
Yeah, it's a salary challenge. And it reflects itself not only in the ability to attract talent, but also to keep talent. We're in negotiations now with the faculty union. The last round we were able to peg the range to market but we could only get everybody into the 25th percentile of the market. And now the market has changed. And so, you know, our biggest request to the mayor was to help us with salaries. You know, and to her credit, to the mayor's credit, she has done that in the past. You know, she picked up the cost of non-union COLAs and also AFSCME compensation obligations, which we had been covering, but now the district is paying for that. And I'm hoping that this year, you know, we'll get some funds not only to cover the union negotiations, but also for some specific salary enhancements and positions that we need to fill. And so, you know, there's that. And also, you know, retention plays to that as well, because that's all revenue. Enrollment and retention is revenue. And so we've built a student support system from scratch over the last 8 years, and I think it's one of the best around. And if you looked at the numbers, you know, our retention rates are going up, even at the community college, which is surprising. Our graduation rates are up. Yeah, and so, you know, if it hadn't been for COVID, I think we'd be having a different conversation right now. But even with COVID, I'm seeing that we're starting to climb back out and getting back on the track that we were on before COVID. It's a long answer, but I'm feeling comfortable that we're getting there.
And I'm hoping, Chairman Mendelson, that you'll let me go for just a couple more minutes, and then I'll just have one round, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Where do things stand with the garage? Because the garage just strikes me as we have conversations about parking in the area all of the time, and yet there is a giant parking lot on the UDC campus. And I don't know what your plans are for that, how it might be utilized by the community. Have you guys looked at how to capitalize on that garage, perhaps as a revenue source for you and as an amenity for the neighborhood?
Yeah, we have, and there's a lot to unpack there. So we have the main garage. We just did a structural assessment of that facility to make sure that it's structurally sound. We're probably going to have to do some repairs in there because, you know, I think it's structurally sound, but there's some concrete falling and things like that. It's not a big issue right now because of COVID and teleworking. It's not operating at full capacity every day. But if we were at full capacity, at certain times of the day, you'd have problems trying to find parking in there. But there's also, so there's that. Now, the other thing is that when the archive gets built, we're going to have to take out about a third of the parking spaces because the archive will be built over a substructure that is the garage. And they're going to have to refortify that substructure to build the archive. So that's going to be a challenge. And then we have the spaces under 4250, which is about 200 spaces. Some of those mom is going to have to use for their retail space. But the rest, we're probably going to hire a commercial operator to help us maximize revenue in that space over there. But even that is going to have to play into the mix with what we do when we have to take out spaces at the main garage because of the archive construction. So there's a lot going on there. Right now, you can probably find a place in there to park at a reasonable price if you want to. But much like us, a lot of the businesses in the area don't have parking problems because a lot of folks are not coming out because of teleworking and COVID. So, but to answer your question, generally speaking, yes, at certain times of day, you know, the garage is available to the public and it's the least expensive parking in the area. At sometimes a day, that garage is full when the campus is fully operational. It's going to be hard to find a parking space either way.
Well, let's stay together about this because I had not thought about 4250. I wasn't aware of that, and
yeah,
you know, we want to get to a place where people are coming and going, and parking is always an issue. Yeah. And so having that parking under 4250 be affordable so that it can serve that business district, not just moms, which is very exciting that you have moms coming. It can be important. So let's think about that. And the other, I had not focused on the interplay between the archives and the garage. The archives touches a lot of different things, but actually, if there are things that need to be done to the garage as part of the archives project, I wonder whether or not thinking about the garage more broadly, maybe doing the repairs that you're talking about, and some of the interface towards Connecticut Avenue might be a thing that people could think about. Connecting that garage, the way it connects now to Connecticut Avenue is not an attractive pathway, but it could be made into one, I would think. So I wonder if we can think about that as that planning goes forward.
Sure we can. And that would be a conversation between you and the chairman.
All right. Well, I want to stay on good terms with the chairman. I have many more questions for you, but I think I'm gonna take a break now and look forward to being in touch in the future. So thank you very much, President Mason, and good luck.
Always a pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. President Mason, as you know, we submitted questions in advance of this hearing. You provided answers. UDC currently has over 10 pending discrimination investigations. Do you plan to close these within this year? Student 1, discrimination claim due to disability. Student 2, discrimination claim in violation of Title VII. Employee 1, discrimination claim due to race, ethnicity. Employee 2, wrongful termination due to age discrimination. Employee 3, discrimination claim due to disability. Employee 4, discrimination claim due to race, sexual orientation. I was just listing these off so that it's clear that the different kinds of discrimination that is alleged. Seems like an awful lot. And so I'd kind of like you to speak to that, as well as whether they'll be closed within this fiscal year.
Yeah. I don't know that that's a lot, given the size of our institution and the challenges that many of our students face. We have a Title IX person that we hired a few months ago, who seems very capable. We have that shop under our general counsel who is very knowledgeable on these issues. I see her face on the rod here. I'll defer to her because she probably has the details you're looking for, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good evening, Councilmember Mendelson. Avis Russell, General Counsel, University of District of Columbia. All of those matters are either pending before the District of Columbia Office of Human Rights, or the EEOC, or the Federal Department of Education Office of Civil Rights. With regard to all of those cases, the university has submitted any documentation requested and has presented the people for interviews. And so we are just waiting for decisions from those entities.
For all 10, you're waiting for decisions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. President Mason, the working conditions agreement between UDC and AFSCME Local 2087 expired on September 30th, 2019. Why will bargaining commence this summer, almost 3 years later? What is the expected timeline for this? And does UDC negotiate, or does the executive do it on behalf of the university? I think I know that answer. UDC negotiates it, correct?
No, I thought that was the labor board.
Office of Labor Relations?
Yes.
Okay.
Working conditions.
Go
ahead, Avis. Am I wrong about that?
We negotiate working conditions, and the union did not request any changes in the working conditions, so the contract continues as is.
But it is going to be reopened this summer?
I am not aware that they've made that request, but we will find out and let you know.
Yeah, and you should, Chairman, I meet with the union every month, and this has not come up at all, just for your information. And we'll circle back and make sure. Hello? I think
Oh, I'm
lost
here.
you.
Yeah, well, the question I have, sometimes these questions are not actually written by me. Why will bargaining commence this summer? And apparently the answers we got indicated that bargaining would commence this summer. Yeah, in the table at the bottom, it says bargaining. I'll read it if you can hear me. It says bargaining. There are two components of the AFSCME CBA: one, compensation; two, working conditions. The working conditions is negotiated between the university and AFSCME. It was effective from October 1st, 2016 to September 30th, 2019. AFSCME bargaining on working conditions will commence this summer.
Yeah, I see what it says. I'm not sure why it says it. And so I will check with the leadership of the union, but we don't have a request to bargain that I'm aware of. And so maybe in responding to the question, we were anticipating a request. I honestly don't know, Chairman, but I'll track it down and let you know.
Okay, but the bottom line is that this old agreement continues in effect because the union has not asked to reopen it.
Correct.
Why is enrollment growing?
Why?
Yeah.
I think, well, I think it's a couple of things. One, we're starting to recover from COVID. Two, we are implementing some of the things that we wanted to implement before COVID. For example, visiting all of the high schools. I've been to most of them over the last 3 months, and having UDC days at the high schools or on campus, as well as hiring bilingual recruiters. We think that's a growth market for us. I think our infrastructure to keep students here once they get here, and also to onboard students, has improved. And we don't have a CRM yet, but we've sort of put together a makeshift CRM so that all of our processes are not totally manual. I think we're just getting better at it. And then I think the other piece is that, we finally have a vice president for marketing. And, our materials are a little more professional now, and we're getting the word out on social media, where in some instances, our followings are up to like 75,000 people in terms of hits, or however they count those things. And so I just think, generally speaking, we're getting better at it across the board, and people are starting to recognize, the value that is UDC.
I do want to say every now and then I hear an ad, and I think that's good.
Yeah, television, but it's really the social media that's that seems to be the key.
How would you describe the status of UDC's dual enrollment program with DCPS and the charter schools?
I would say it's getting better. We just signed this consortium agreement where we are going to do 100, I think, at the community college and 100 at the bachelor's, no, 50 at the community college, 50 at the bachelor's level. You know, our capacity is probably around 200. We're doing a special program with the Anacostia schools where we're going to provide, at least if the board approves it, free dual enrollment because of the partnership we have there. You know, I would say that, you know, we can always use more money in that program, and we think that the students' demand is there, but based on the agreement with the consortium, you know, I think that's progress, and we'll be able to fill those slots.
So your capacity is around 200, and right now you have about 100?
I believe so. Dr. Potter's computer broke, and he could give you the specifics on that.
And that was 50 in the community college and 50 bachelors?
That's my recollection in the consortium, because they look, OSSI looks at it as two different programs for us. One at the bachelor's level and one at the community college level. And it's two different sources of funding, I guess. But it's about 100 right now.
If your capacity is 200, why could you use more funding, other than that you can always use more funding?
Well, because those programs, the OSSI and DCPS pays for the tuition for this dual enrollment.
And so they pay for 100, not for 200.
Correct.
Or they're budgeted for 100, not for 200.
Correct. That's
and this is money funded, budgeted where? In DCPS or in OSSI or in the charters?
I think it's OSSI. And again, if my details are wrong, we'll get you a follow-up on that, but that's my recollection.
When I asked you about enrollment, you mentioned CRM, which is your customer relations module.
Yes.
And for the last 3 years, no. But you have in the past stated that you've never had the funding to execute this strategy fully. Is that still true?
Well, it's part of our enhancement request this year to personnel to support it, and then the money to personnel to support a position and the software licenses that is recurring funds, and then hard dollars to get to install the system. I'm hopeful that you know, that'll be in this year's budget. Our people are ready for it, and you know, it's not just enrollment. I mean, it's everything. It's all customer relations, and so that would be a significant step forward for us operationally once we get it installed.
How much money are we looking at?
It was $500,000 in recurring and $2 million in capital. $2 million per year for 4 years in capital.
$2 million
per year for 4 years in capital.
Okay, that sounds recurring to me. And then $500,000 that's also recurring in
In the base
operating.
budget, yes. Mhm.
Um, the completion rate for masters has declined. Why?
Depends on what year you're looking at. If it's during the COVID years, that could be an indication. I know that our numbers in the upper divisions, third, fourth year, and probably graduate studies went down. Other than that, I can't think of any specific reason, because you know, we've actually put more of an emphasis on graduate level students, including not hiring, but placing someone in the position of associate chief academic officer for graduate studies. And so that program is actually running better than it's ever run. If we've gone down, the only thing I can put it on is COVID.
On the fundraising match, have you met the goal for this year?
Not quite yet, but we look like we will. And I'm sure you heard my request in my opening statement about helping the next president be successful.
1 for 1 at 2 million.
Yes, sir.
Give me a second.
We have one at 27.
There's only time to the next one.
President Mason, I think I'm done for the moment in terms of asking questions, except for this. Did you want me to schedule several more performance oversight hearings?
No, these are always a pleasure, sir, but you know, I'd be happy to see you under other circumstances.
Well, actually, you're going to see me on April. When is UDC? On April, no, March 30th on your budget.
March 30th, yes, sir. We'll be there.
Yes. Okay. There are a couple of follow-up items you said you would get back to me on.
We have the list and we will follow up.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
You're
sir.
excused. I'm going to turn to Commission on Arts and Humanities. And we have 5 witnesses, non-government, before we get to the government. If they could be let in, Charity Blackwell, who's Senior Director of Arts and Culture at DC Scores, Rajan A., Amy Imundo, who's Chairman of the Board of Washington Improv Theater, Betsy Purves, I think it's Purves or Purvis, DC Youth Orchestra Program, Maureen Dwyer, who's Executive Director at Sitar Arts Center. While we're letting the other folks in, why don't you, Ms. Blackwell, start?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Charity Blackwell, and I'm the Senior Advisor of Arts and Culture at DC Scores. DC Scores serves more than 3,000 young people, over 80 sites across the district through our soccer, poetry, and service learning programs. Our after-school programs build teams of poet athletes, which are essentially young people who are committed to enriching their physical and emotional well-being, serving as leaders in their communities, and speaking up against the injustices that they see within their city. We would like to thank the Commission on the Arts of Humanity for their sustained support in 2022. Through a generous grant, the Commission helped fund our poetry programming, particularly for our poet athletes who live east of the river. We're delighted to see staff from the Commission at many of our poetry events, and I know that it means a lot to our communities to receive support from public servants in the city. 2022 was an important year for our poetry programming. In November, we hosted our first in-person poetry slam since the beginning of the COVID-19 lockdowns. The slams, which were held at 3 DC public school auditoriums, saw more than 1,300 students from DC elementary and middle schools perform their original poetry. From the stage, poet athletes spoke out about the things that mattered to them the most, including the impact of gun violence, their love for their culture, and the importance of friendships. Our poetry programs provide safe and inclusive spaces for our students to express themselves, build community, and more deeply explore their neighborhoods and service they can provide to their neighbors. We thank the Commission for helping us to provide these important opportunities and look forward to working with the Commission through our collaboration on the Poetry Out Loud competition and Words on Fire Poetry Festival. We hope that we can continue to rely on the Commission's support for years to come. Perhaps the most powerful way we can demonstrate the impact of what we can make together is by sharing an excerpt from a poem by our 2021 Lincoln Middle School team titled The Beautiful Game. The Beautiful Game. Let me show you how poetry and soccer are so different. Actually, you don't have to spit it back to me. Just listen actively. So here's how I'm depicting it. The different position in football are like the different rhythms when you're kicking it. And I don't mean the soccer ball. I mean a poem and what you fit in it. The trick is express yourself when a pen and a poem, like when you're on the soccer field and having fun or just in your zone, sharing the balls, like sharing your words and being a good teammates, like this poetry thing, as we hear and encourage together, we play in our lyrical surge. The ball is the noun, the players are the verbs, the paper is the field, the air are the birds. You are one of a kind, there's nobody alike. When there's no ball to kick, there's poetry to write. Thank you, that's my time.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. And I have your statement. And I was reading the poem as you were. Rajan A., are you here? Amy Imundo?
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. I'm Amy Imundo, Board Chair of the Washington Improv Theater, or WIT for short, a performance and education nonprofit operating in Ward 1 and celebrating our 25th anniversary this year. Thank you for the committee's oversight of the Commission and for your interest in understanding and strengthening the Commission on the Arts and Humanities. The Commission's support was critical to WIT's ability to survive the pandemic. Some highlights are that the Commission has operated with transparency. The Commission maintains a current and complete publicly available org chart for staff who are accessible and responsive. Virtual Commission meetings are open to the public and are available online. This continues to build and sustain a culture of trust and accountability around the Commission and its work. There's been progress in focusing on equity in the arts. The Commission retooled the application criteria for general operating support grants to focus more on inclusion, diversity, and equity. We believe that the new criteria have been effective in helping to center these values. And we have some suggestions for issues to focus on going forward. First, increase dedicated funding. The dedicated sales tax funding mechanism is essential, and we believe an even stronger arts environment could be fostered were the council to recalibrate the support at 0.4% of DC sales tax. Second, expedite grants notification. The Commission staff does all it can to disperse grants in a timely manner. For budget planning purposes, we suggest a return to the previous practice of issuing intent to fund notifications in the spring. And finally, operationalize DC's cultural plan, particularly around space. The Commission strengthened its facilities and building grants program as one step in implementing a new citywide cultural plan. This was a positive development, and we're pleased to see it continue. Unfortunately, most other aspects of the cultural plan appear to have made less progress, specifically the proposed step of encouraging affordable ground floor space for cultural organizations and developing cultural space purchase assistance programs. Downtown commercial vacancy rates are at historic highs, yet cultural organizations like WIT are finding it harder than ever to locate space. We need robust economic and policy incentives in place to make arts tenants uniquely appealing to landlords, and development and zoning supports if we are to have new arts spaces in the District of Columbia. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Betsy Purvis.
Purvis, yes. Hi, I'm Betsy Purvis. I'm the Director of Development for the DC Youth Orchestra Program, and I want to start by thanking the Chairman and the Council for this opportunity to address the Committee of the Whole on behalf of DCYOP and the Arts Education Alliance, of which DCYOP is a member. DCYOP's mission is to empower young people to transform their lives through music and community, and we could not achieve this without the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. We are truly grateful to the Commission for their general operating support funding, especially since the Commission redesigned their funding level a few years ago. This increased support has provided a stable financial foundation from which we can build our programs and explore other funding opportunities. DCYOP has enrolled over 500 students in this 2022-2023 academic year, which has made up the decrease we suffered in the first 2 years of the pandemic. We've had a close relationship with DC Public Schools since our founding in 1960, and we're delighted that our main programming site is hosted at Tacoma Elementary School in Ward 4. At TESS, more than 470 students playing 16 orchestral instruments join us each Saturday. General operating support ensures that we can hire and retain the best teaching artists at appropriate pay, 33% of whom are DCYOP alumni, and 50% of whom identify as people of color. Commission support is also instrumental in fulfilling our contract with DCPS and DGS. In addition to general operating support, last year we received a facilities and buildings relief grant that helped us pay for security and custodial fees at TESS. Commission support has also helped us expand the depth of programming we offer our students. As we navigate the long-term effects of the pandemic, professionals in childhood education and mental health have stressed the need to support our students in new and intentional ways. This year, the Arts and Humanities Education Program grant allowed us to launch the Whole Musician Masterclass series, which supports the mental and physical wellness connection required by classical music playing, aligning with our belief in supporting students by meeting them where they are. These classes include sessions on the Alexander technique, goal setting and time management, and pre-professional workshops in public speaking, resume writing, and how to record audition videos. We are only able to offer these classes thanks to generous funding from the Commission. In addition to the activities offered on Saturdays at TESS, we are also in John Lewis Elementary in Ward 4, Langley in Ward 5, and Stokes East End Campus in Ward 7 for after-school programming. We deeply appreciate the relationship we have with these schools and their staff, and we are honored by our role in the DC educational ecosystem, as 61% of our Saturday students who attend DC schools report they do not have band or orchestra programs at their school and rely on DCYOP for their musical education. The relationship DCYOP has with the Commission feels like a true partnership, and we appreciate both that and the services that it allows us to provide for our students, our families, and our community at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Purvis. And I have a copy of your testimony. I neglected to mention to Ms. Imundo, I don't have a copy of your testimony, and if you could provide that. The next witness is Maureen Dwyer.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, and hello to members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Maureen Dwyer, the Executive Director of Sitar Arts Center, a nonprofit in DC that provides equitable access to arts learning for our children and teens. Our mission mandates that 80% of our students are from households with income less than 60% of AMI, and most are at 30%. 85% of our students are Black or Latinx, and many are families that have recently immigrated to the United States. Sitar is located in Ward 1, and our students come to us from every ward of DC. On behalf of the Sitar community, I express gratitude for the increase in general operating support in FY23. Considerable facilities and building support in FY22 allowed us to make a down payment and break ground on expanding programming right next door to our current facility. Sitar is purchasing the first floor of the affordable housing apartment building being developed by our long-term partner, Jubilee Housing, a nonprofit that provides housing to families well below AMI as well. In the expansion, Sitar will offer intensive arts-based workforce development programming for 18 to 24-year-old district residents from historically marginalized communities. And this program is piloting this fall in our current space. This expansion also allows Sitar to provide additional affordable rental space to artists and arts organizations in DC, a need that was clearly expressed in the Commission's well-executed and appreciated report entitled COVID-19's Impact on the DC Arts and Cultural Sector. I'd like to acknowledge today the strong and inclusive leadership of Chairperson Van Lee and the hard work and responsiveness of the Commission staff under Interim Director David Markey. In terms of process, SATAR appreciates how transparent the rubric is for the grants. It allows us to be very clear on how our application will be judged. It has been helpful administratively to have 2 grant cycles, general operating in the winter and special projects in the spring. A remaining challenge, as mentioned earlier, is the delay of our grant award notification, which for the last 2 years has occurred in September. Previously, we get an intent to grant in the spring. SATAR is also a founding and convening member of the DC Arts Education Alliance. We are 17 arts education organizations from across the district who collaborate in advocacy and programming. Through the Alliance, SATAR is a partner in the Arts Institute for Cultural Advancement, led by Theater Lab, CHA, and Life Pieces to Masterpieces. The Commission is also supporting that, and we thank them for understanding the need for supportive, accessible training in technical theater that strengthens opportunities for DC residents, the powerful theater scene in our city, and the creative economy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dwyer. And I have a copy of your statement. Ms. Dwyer, I remember your testifying in years past. You were not part of that cohort. And so you were not getting as much funding, even though I don't want to say you're a large organization, but you were of the size, if I remember correctly, that some other members of the cohort were. How has your funding changed over the years?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and it's a complicated question. So yes, when there was the NCAC cohort, SATAR was well above the budget threshold for that cohort, but we were not eligible for it because we were not primarily a producing or presenting organization. We are primarily an education organization. So when the legislation was rewritten 2 fiscal years ago, the change took place. There is a new format for determining how general operating is offered, and it's based on budget size. Largely, I'm very appreciative of the change. I think it's much more inclusive, and it's looking out for smaller organizations and new organizations. I will say, however, as SATAR continues to grow and only to serve more DC residents, and I know this is something that many of the larger organizations experience, the threshold for the general operating for the larger organizations is prohibitive for growth. It really is a very, very small percentage of the larger organization's budget in comparison to the percentage of the budget for a smaller organization.
What do you mean by prohibitive for growth?
The budget, the general operating support is not going to grow with our budget growth very much.
So as you are more successful in educating providing arts opportunities to district residents, as you are more successful and you grow, the percentage of your budget that is supported by the commission will decrease.
Correct, which it should. I mean, obviously, the 10% of a $6 million organization is very different than 10% of a 250,000 organization. So I'm not stating that I think the percentages create equity. Having the same percentage creates equity. I guess I just say as a mid-sized organization, it is, and SATAR in particular relies on streams of contributed income because we are working with young people who can't pay market rate tuition. It just limits, our ability to grow. So we are finding other sources, of course. It doesn't mean we're stopping growing. We are growing.
Finding other sources easily?
It's never easy, but
Okay. Just want to be clear, it's not easy. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you. Your testimony is helpful, and thank you to each of the witnesses. And again, Ms. Amundo, if you could send us a copy of your statement, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I emailed that on Fridays, but I'm happy to resend it.
Let me see if we've got it. If you could resend it to cow@dccouncil.gov.
We will resend it right now. Thanks.
Great, thank you. So you all are excused. Thank you for your testimony. And we're going to turn to the agency. Reggie Van Lee, who's the chair of the Commission on Arts and Humanities, and David Markey, who's the interim executive director for the Commission on Arts and Humanities.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Reggie Van Lee. I'm an African-American man wearing a gray suit, white shirt, and black and blue tie. And I'm the chairperson of the Commission on the Arts and Humanities, within which capacity I'm here today. As chairperson of the state arts agency that ranks highest in per capita funding across the nation, this is not a responsibility I take lightly, particularly with the community that is still being significantly impacted by COVID-19, as well as other related and unrelated challenges, some unique to each grantee and some systemic in nature. In fact, it is in part because of COVID-19 that the depth of this systemic issues were laid bare. Individuals and organizations across our arts and humanities communities were some of the first to be impacted by quarantining and among some of the last to recover. We bore witness to and continue to see how systemic inequities disproportionately impact communities that have and continue to be marginalized. It is because of, and not despite this context, that the arts and humanities are as important as ever. They are the means by which we gather together in community, capture and share history, and collectively imagine our path into the future. They are how we celebrate all the things that make us different and unique, while also discovering the things we have in common. I truly believe that the sustainability and vitality of any community or city is the diversity and vibrancy of its arts and humanities ecosystem. Over the past 3 years, we've endeavored to be nimble and responsive to address the needs of the community. We provided timely relief and recovery grants, and also non-monetary support. The latter includes ensuring our ecosystem of artists can afford to remain living and working in the district by working with sister agencies to advance affordable living and workspaces, putting together a mentor-protege program, and hosting an artist table for practitioners to be in conversation and community with each other. We've increased our commitment to providing a greater percentage of our grants budget to general operating support, GOS. The most valuable support for organizations, we have ensured that this type of support now reaches a greater number of organizations that may not have been included in this grant category in the past. Approximately 50% of this year's 160 recipients have organizational budgets under $400,000. Many small organizations have reached over the past year to share with us how valuable this larger infusion of support has been to them as they sustain and grow their organizations. We realize that the need is great across our community. As we've increased our commitment to GOS and to its reach, we've been mindful of how we can continue to support larger organizations as well. In FY22, we were able to issue close to $7 million in organizational enhancements to 145 organizations, helping to mitigate the decreases in funding to large organizations following legislative changes that were enacted that year. Beyond our role as grant makers, we're also ideating on 2 bigger ideas to address the issues of social and racial equity and recovery from COVID-19. First, the creation of a CAH Foundation is one of the ideas that we're exploring to address big issues facing members of the arts and humanities community. We've looked at similar foundations connected to sister agencies, such as the DC Public Library Foundation and the DC Public Education Fund. We're also in communication with the National Assembly of State Arts Agencies to gather more information about similar models across the country. An international version of Art Basel DC is the second idea we're exploring as a long-term solution to the issues mentioned earlier. For those who are not familiar with the event, Art Basel is a worldwide network of art fairs currently sited in Miami, Hong Kong, Paris, and its first city, Basel, Switzerland. The fairs bring together galleries and artists from around the globe for a week of art, inviting audiences to local cultural institutions and into creative conversations. The fair provides substantial exposure to participating artists, contributing to the sustainability of their careers, as well as the economic vitality of the host city. And so you can see we're exploring the depth and breadth of options, inspired to be as creative in ideas and approaches to address the needs of our communities as our grantees are in their work. I'd like to close by again acknowledging the dedication of our volunteer commissioners, the interim executive director, David Markey, and the staff, to you, Chairman Mendelson, and council members, and to Mayor Bowser and her administration. My appreciation for all the various supports that we've been provided both to this agency and the district's arts and cultural sector as a whole. This concludes my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Lee. Mr. Markey?
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson. My name is David Markey. I'm a white man wearing a navy blue jacket and a blue and white shirt. While my permanent position is that of Deputy Director for the Commission on the Arts and Humanities, since August 2022, I have also served as the agency's interim executive director at the request of Chair Van Lee, and within which capacity I am before you today. Prior to becoming Deputy Director, I was the agency's Senior Grants Officer, and before that, the Arts Education Coordinator. I'm in my 10th year at the Commission, and so it's truly an honor to testify before the committee on the agency's performance in fiscal year 2022 through the first quarter of fiscal year 2023. The Arts Commission is a small but mighty agency with a staff of just over 30. Almost 2/3 of that number is dedicated to facilitating the grant-making process for the agency. The other 1/3 of our colleagues provide essential administrative, financial, legal, and marketing support to agency operations. In fiscal year 2022, this combined group managed close to 1,400 grants, totaling almost $40 million in funding to our community. To my knowledge, this is the largest number of awards managed by an agency across district government. I would like to take this moment to recognize the staff and express my sincere appreciation for their service. FY22 brought the easing of many pandemic-related restrictions, a continued reopening of the district, and a shift in focus from relief to recovery. However, many arts and humanities organizations and individual practitioners continue to face difficulties. A recent study, as Maureen referenced, on the economic and social impacts of COVID-19 on the district's art and culture sector, commissioned by the agency, confirms our understanding that audiences have not yet returned to pre-pandemic attendance levels. Additionally, many productions continue to be forced to shorten or cancel planned engagements because of illness. New challenges have also emerged, including those of rising supply costs, labor shortages, and emotional fatigue. Acknowledging that our arts and humanities community is taking some time to rebound from the fallout of the pandemic, the Commission continues to make a commitment to providing opportunities for relief funding in addition to our regular slate of grants. In FY22, we issued relief awards of $7,000 each to 318 individual practitioners and awards of up to $20,000 to 22 organizations that had not previously been funded by the agency. Coupled with a second year of mortgage and rent relief awards to 112 organizational grantees through our Facilities and Buildings grant, total relief funding provided by the Commission amounted to $4.6 million for the year. This does not include the $7 million that Chair Van Lee referenced in enhancement funding, So the total amount of additional funding for FY22 was $11.6 million. We continue with a strong and growing commitment to our individual artists, not only through relief grants, but through our signature Arts and Humanities Fellowship Grant. In 2 years, we have increased funding for this program by over 50%, allowing us to award $3.1 million to over 400 artists in fiscal year 23. Numbers help us better understand the quantitative reach of the agency, but I know many of us who interact directly with grantees hear stories of just how much our support means to them, not only in sustaining their existence in times of financial uncertainty, but also in the moral support we feel for them and their practice. While the bulk of the agency's work is in grant making, this is by no means all that we do. As you know, the Commission is the designated state arts agency for the District of Columbia, and we receive a portion of our funding from the National Endowment for the Arts by way of a partnership grant. A longstanding requirement of the Arts Endowments Grant is that the State Arts Agency facilitate the annual Poetry Out Loud contest for the district's high school students and produce the state finals competition. In FY22, our 2 creative and wonderful staff members in the Arts Education Department decided that while Poetry Out Loud was a great opportunity for students, there was a further opportunity for expansion. The result is a new festival named Words on Fire. This 2-day event consists of the Poetry Out Loud State Finals, along with performances of original works by student authors. This new festival, scheduled to take place at the Performing Arts Center at the University of the District of Columbia, allows us to fulfill our required Poetry Out Loud duties and provides a platform for the district's high school students to showcase their own creativity and talent. We continue to embrace the concept of, quote, leadership beyond grant making. Last year, the Grants Department engaged 88 organizations in a pilot capacity building initiative to build skills and understanding in areas of interest that complemented the core work of those organizations. As we move through 2023, we plan to continue to build on that work to assist grantees and further inform our grant-making practices. Our public art team has also established a new program of their own called Color the Curb, which began as a joint agency project between the Commission and the District Department of Transportation. The district has now joined cities across the country to install curb extensions to increase safety for all roadway users, especially pedestrians. These quick-build curb extensions provide a canvas for public art. Last year, DC Public Schools joined the partnership, and now artists work with students and their teachers to transform intersections into works of art. To date, we have installed 8 of these ground murals across the city and have an additional 7 planned for this current fiscal year. I hope what I've shared provides a snapshot of the breadth of our work across the city and our continued commitment to being in service to those who create and consume art in the district. I'd like to close by again acknowledging the dedication of our professional staff, to Chair Van Lee and the commissioners, to you, Chairman Mendelson, the other members of the council, and to Mayor Bowser and her administration, my appreciation for the myriad and flexible supports that have been provided both to this agency and the district's arts and culture sector as a whole. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markey. My impression over the last several years with regard to grants is that most, if not all organizations that have applied for grants have been awarded grants. Is this still the case, or is the commission shifting to more of, how do I want to put it, merit-based grants?
That's a great question. Our grant making is iterative, so it does morph based on the identified needs of the community. Because when the pandemic started, we erred on the side of being more generous to the entire community, knowing that everybody was hurting, as it were. So with the general operating support grant, we have made a commitment to funding all of the organizations that submit eligible applications. With our project-based grants, such as the Arts Education Grant, the Field Trip Grant, Projects, Events, and Festivals, those grants are all open to organizations. In recent history, we've funded anywhere between 2/3 and 3/4 of the applicants, so we don't fund all of the applications. But all of our organizational grants have a merit-based component to them.
So with regard to general operating support, it's still, the commitment is still to fund all applicants?
That is correct. At a recent commission meeting, the Board of Commissioners voted to continue to fund all eligible general operating support applicants.
And if I may, that was an
Yes.
explicit decision.
I'm sorry, you say that again? In fact, you just muted yourself, Mr. Van Lee. Oh,
Can you hear me now?
yes.
Yes. What I was saying was that was an explicit discussion each time of the option of funding fewer people with more money or a larger number of people with a slightly smaller amount. Each time we explicitly decided to fund more people. But that was not something that was just performed. It was not a policy that we've written across the board. Each time we had that conversation.
Each time, meaning each year or more than once a year?
Each time that we were looking at a grant category, that we had that conversation in the context of each grant category.
But that's only with regard to the general operating support.
That is correct. There's less money available for the project-based grants, so we have to draw the line.
As you know, I've been critical of steep cuts that were made to large arts organizations in the past. I understand that the actual funds large the actual funds that large organizations are receiving is somewhat similar to the amounts they were awarded years ago. But this is at the same time that the commission's budget has grown significantly. I've asked the commission in the past to look at this issue. What, if any, changes has the commission made to how it funds these larger organizations?
Well, first, let me clarify the actual funding. So when we first announced enacting the legislation, the expected average reduction in those large organizations, those NCAC organizations, was about 47%. That was the expected amount. With the enhancements, the organizational enhancements we did on the order of the $7 million, that actual reduction was 39%. So as we got those enhanced funds, we wanted to distribute them equitably. We wanted to, as best we could, rebalance the reduction that was going to those large organizations. So they weren't reduced by 47%, they were reduced by 39%. But the reality is, if you look at FY19 versus FY22 for that cohort, their funding increased 150% from FY19 to FY22. Now, it was a large increase, then there was a decrease due to enacting legislation. But at the end of the day, if you look at FY19, you look at FY22, there was a 150% increase in their funding.
How much?
150% from FY19 to FY22. Wasn't a straight line, but if you look at year to year, there was a 150% increase in funding.
Putting 2019 next to 2022.
Yes.
The change is 150%.
Yes.
But has the commission made any changes more recently with regard to how to fund these large organizations?
Other than trying to fund equitably. And the fact that the range, the top range of the funding is based on organizational size. So by definition, larger budgeted organizations have an opportunity to be funded higher than smaller budgeted organizations. That's inherent in the legislative formula.
Yeah, but it's not a sliding amount, as in with the testimony from Ms. Dwyer that once you reach the top category, it doesn't matter how big you are, your funding is static. Am I correct in my understanding?
I'm hoping that's not what she really meant. I think what she said was, given that there's finite funding that we can provide, the increase in funding each year from us will be the same for everybody. But if their budgets are growing faster than that increase, then our funding to them on a percentage basis is smaller. It's smaller. But the increase, the actual increase we're providing them is not small. And there is no cap on budget size.
Cap on grant size.
The cap on grant size is based on the size of the budget and the range of funding we give within those budget sizes.
If I can just add to that, so the organizations with the largest budget sizes this year received between $180,000 and $200,000 in GOS awards. Whereas organizations, the smallest budget size received between $30,000 and $50,000.
Okay.
So again, I'm sorry. Larger organizations have an opportunity to have larger funding. That's the way the formula is organized.
What were those two ranges? It was 30 to 50, and what was the other 150 to 200?
The highest one was 180 to 200. And then there are ranges between the smallest and the largest.
But the smallest was 30 to 50.
Correct.
I understand the issue of equity, and equity includes that smaller and emerging arts groups have less access to fundraising and so forth. There are, with large organizations, other benefits, like providing funds to arts organizations that employ large numbers of district residents, or that can be used to support artists through the large organization. I'm thinking, for example, of a larger theater that may have started to share its stage with a much smaller theater company. Has the commission done any analysis of the collateral benefits of these large organizations?
I don't think there's enough information about those, theaters that are sharing spaces. I think I would be really interested in finding out more, or sort of digging into that to see what the collateral benefits are, as you say.
Well, not just sharing the stage, because there are other arts organizations that are large that don't have a stage. But it could be through employment, it could be through joint work with other smaller organizations, arts groups. There are a lot of different ways that the large organizations, and I frankly think they should.
And from conversations sorry.
No, go on.
I was just going to say, from conversations I've had, I think there's tremendous willingness from mid to large organizations, particularly those who have their own spaces, to share office spaces, rehearsal spaces, and sometimes, where possible, performance spaces too.
And I'll just add, in that mentor protege program that sorry.
Mr. Van Lee, can you say it again?
Yeah, I'm sorry. For the 80 or so organizations that participated in this mentor protege program, where some large organizations gave advice and counsel to small and vice versa, those conversations around how can they share space in some sort of meaningful way are in discussion. So the intention is to try to do that as fulsome as we can.
Chairman Van Lee, I've had several conversations with you about the need for large capital grant program, for a large capital grant program. This is large capital grants. These would be for large organizations. These organizations as a group typically have capital needs on a rolling basis. I've asked that the commission look at this. Has the commission done any additional analysis?
Yes, in our grants committee, we are looking at how can we do that in an equitable way. The requirement from our perspective is that we find an equitable way to do that. But also given the constraints on our funding and given the size of some of the capital campaigns that you and I spoke about, it would require additional funding. We would need additional funding to do that. And with additional funding, we could fund larger capital programs. But the grants committee is rolling up our sleeves to figure out how can we address those needs, but in an equitable way.
Well, let me push back a little in terms of additional funding. As you know, because I've said this before, the commission's budget has gone from something like $20 million to something close to $50 million. As you noted in your own testimony, Chairman Van Lee, the district is funding the commission on a per capita basis larger by far than any other state. Your budget, because it's tied to dedicated, it's a dedicated funding stream through the sales tax. As we come out of the pandemic, your budget is only going to get larger. So I don't have numbers in front of me, but if it was 40 million a few years ago, like I know I said 20 million about 4 or 5 years ago, but then it jumped. And it jumped to maybe something like 40, then 45, then maybe 50. So you're getting additional funding on a per capita basis more than any place else. As an appropriator, it's kind of hard to justify additional funding on top of that, as opposed to looking at your existing revenue stream, which is growing, and trying to figure out how to fit this in. I'm just pushing back in terms of your comment about need more money.
I hear you.
You're getting more money.
I hear that the unfortunate or fortunate artifact is the number of our grantees is growing as well. The need is growing. And I would argue that when this organization first started, we had far less than 500 grantees. This past year, we had closer to 1,000 grantees. So the need, the number of organizations, the need of those organizations is growing as our budget is growing. If we can find a way to identify some additional funding that could go towards these capital programs, we're looking for that. But it should not be at the expense of the ecosystem growing and the full ecosystem needing more money as well.
I'm going to change the subject. Has there been any additional conversation with the Office of the Senior Advisor or other district agencies about the Charles Hamilton Houston statute?
I'm not very well informed about where that is. My colleague Lauren Lucas Glover was here, so I don't want to misinform you. I can circle back with an update on that.
Okay, I don't take this as sounding critical because I don't mean it that way, but my guess is that there haven't been additional conversations because my sense is that the senior advisor has done nothing with this for a couple of years. It was a council initiative and but so I was just, if there is something that has happened, would you please let us know?
Yes, definitely.
And give me just a second here. Do either of you have any update with regard to appointments to the commission?
New updates. We have submitted the names, and we know that your office submitted some names as well as the mayor's office. I have asked many times, and it is in the works, but we have no sense of who may be appointed and when that may happen.
The commission recently voted to hire a permanent executive director, is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe there's an issue with authority for him to start on an interim basis pending his confirmation.
Well, it's a question. We can't find anyone who can clarify, given our independent status, whether we can appoint him in an acting position or not. We didn't want to move ahead with that without some clarification. So we're anxious to get counsel from someone that can verify we could put him into that position. I know that speaking for him, David Markey is anxious to return to his deputy position from the interim ED position. So any assistance that anyone can offer us in clarifying our ability to put Aaron Myers into that position now pending approval from the council would be great.
We're looking at moving some legislation at next week's meeting. It would give you, clarify that authority.
Thank you. Thank you. That would tremendously.
Can you say a little bit more about the Leadership Beyond Grant Making program?
Yes, I'm happy to. This was something that came out of our strategic plan back in 2014. And how do we, as an agency, engage with our community, sort of move beyond the traditionally transactional nature of grant making to help better support organizations in sort of the non-grants making arena. So I mentioned that last year we worked with 88 organizations we put them in what they call communities of practice around a theme or a topic. And then they engaged in that topic. They pulled facilitators, consultants in to help them build their understanding of various topics, assessment and evaluation, leadership transitions, that type of thing.
I'm a little confused. Is this capacity building or community understanding?
So it is capacity building. It's oftentimes, rather than it being structural or physical capacity, such as building a new space, it's usually capacity building around personnel. Oftentimes, organizations don't have the time to engage or the finances to engage in something like that. So.
And I would just add, I'm sorry, I would add things like board development, audience development, innovative programming, those sort of capacity building things are the things that are discussed amongst these protege-mentee conversations.
What were those again? I got innovative programming. You said
board development. Board development, because many of these small organizations do not have strong boards and need some help in figuring out how do we identify candidates, how do we bring them in, how do we build a board, how do we develop the capacity of the board to help us in fundraising. Audience development as well. Many of them don't have the marketing capability to really identify the audience well and develop the audience. Innovative programming, and that's when sometimes the small organizations can help the larger ones because they've learned how to do programming on a dime with not much money, and how can they do innovative programming and help the large organizations with that. So that's a sort of capacity building that we're trying to get done so that they don't need as much money from us because they found a way through audience development, through board development, through their programming to generate income themselves.
How were the 88 organizations selected?
We surveyed them. We reached out to them and asked who would like to participate. And 88 organizations responded. From that group, we had an orientation and asked which organizations would like to take on a leadership role for each of the group. So they submitted a simple application to do so, to essentially take on the administrative responsibilities for their particular group. but it was open to all of the organizations that we fund.
So you're going to do this again?
The plan is to do something similar. We're still figuring out which parts to take from last year and utilize and how we can build out on it. Last year was a pilot initiative.
Because I think it's an excellent idea. I mean, it's building capacity, but it was a pilot. So I shouldn't get too excited that this is an ongoing program.
It will happen this year in some shape or form because we believe it is really important.
Yeah, I mean, given the demand we had.
You just got muted. I think you're both in the same room, and so you both can't have your mics on.
Yeah, that's the problem. Sorry. What I was saying is that given the demand we had for it and the excitement people had, even in the pilot, it definitely will happen again. But to David's point, we want to make sure that if there are opportunities to enhance it, make it better, we want to do that as well.
Any questions? I don't have any other questions for you. I'm going to see you all next month, I think, with your budget.
March 30th, I think.
You're probably right, especially since I can't find it. Yes, March 30th.
Great. Well, again, we thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both. That's going to conclude this hearing. And our next hearing is on March 1st on public witnesses on education agencies. The time is 6:47 and this hearing is adjourned.